Hey everybody, this is Kyle, aka Vulcan Wolverine, aka Vulcan Wolverine 2. Get my camera straight. I hope everybody's doing okay, especially those targeted with directed energy weapons and neuroweapons. There's a lot going on. There's a whole lot going on out there, and welcome if you're just coming in to chat. There's a whole lot going on. Hey Ann, hey Sheila, Ann says hey Kyle, and Sheila says hey Kyle. How are you ladies doing? I know there's a lot of stuff going on in the world right now. A lot of really frightening stuff. Um, and I was thinking about it, thinking about it yesterday, and it's like those that are targeted directly with directed energy weapons and neuro weapons, it's almost like we're a blueprint for everything that they're rolling out with this, the CV virus is an excuse, like the contact tracing, and then the airport scanners now, they're going to scan people's health, their temperature and everything with millimeter waves, right? Then you've got the consumer 5G grid and then all this other stuff, right? It almost seems like what's happening to us is like a blueprint. So I have a lot of stuff that I want to talk about on later videos. But what God's really putting in my heart right now is I want to go through just a lot of things that you guys have probably heard before, but I want you all in chat to help me out. And I'm going to go through some passive and electronic shielding defense for directed energy weapons and neuro weapons. I really want to do this so we can kind of get it in the bucket, right? And I can put it in my playlist for targeted individuals. It's very important. I know there's so much stuff going on, but as a targeted individual myself, it's like we're gonna have to be able to look at this stuff that's going on in the world and decide like what am I going to do about it. Am I going to go out and protest? Am I going to go out and do activism? What we need to do to survive and help our families. So we need to be fortified, right? And hey, Jeff says, my brother, long time no chat. Yeah, it's been a long time. I was looking at a bunch of your videos yesterday and commenting. Hey, Rev311 Micron. Rev311 Micron says, hey Kyle, all the power in my house was out when I woke up. Is it in your whole neighborhood, or was it just your house? Hey Ralph, hey Cheryl. Cheryl says, Jeff, why didn't you let me know your boy was on? I just came on, guys. Like I just turned on the live stream. And hey Jennifer, that was a great interview with Next the other day. And hey, rights violated in Maryland 2020. She shed. She shed. Swag Astronomer says, I found this on PubMed. The prevalence of schizophrenia in China has more than doubled between 1990 and 2010, with rates being particularly high in the most developed areas of modern China. Yeah, the areas where the 5G grid is the strongest, and of course, there's other things in the directed energy weapons grid. So and they're just gonna say it's schizophrenia, that it's mental illness. I mean, just like they say about us, right? So go through many years of torture and brain manipulation, and it's just like, oh, too bad. I guess you're mentally ill, except when this CV, the pandemic, comes out, and they're starting to scan people. Now they're getting temperatures, right? People are going through the airport with these new millimeter wave scanners, and I'm going to do some videos about those. And how are they getting somebody's body temperature with a millimeter wave? I can't prove this, right? Because it's hard to find concrete data on exactly how the millimeter wave scanner in an airport would get somebody's body temperature. But I think the heart rate and the body temperature from these millimeter wave scanners are actually scanning the brain. But they're never going to tell the public that. They're never going to tell the public that. They're just going to say, yeah, it's scanning body temperature and things like that. So all these things that are happening to us and have been happening to us for many years, it's being rolled out, right? This contact tracing thing, where 2 million people in Australia have gotten this Google app, Google and Apple app, And it's like giving it, you get a handshake from somebody who walks by, not a real handshake, but an electronic handshake. And then later, if they test positive for the coronavirus, it sends your phone a signal, right? It sends your phone a notification. All these things, they've been gang stalking people and gang stalking targeted individuals and doing this kind of contact tracing, surveillance, and everything like that. So and that's only one angle of our torture, of the experimentation done on us, but it's like rolling out. We see it rolling out, right? So we can look at what's happening to us and we say, well, now our brain, remote neural monitoring, remote neural manipulation, we're surveilled all the time, right? We're gang stalked all the time. People like keeping tabs on us and stuff like that and harassing us. We see those things, the surveillance and the people keeping tabs on us, rolling out to the public right now. So it's going to be this massive thing where probably brain reading, brain manipulation is going to be rolled out to the public. And people, people didn't listen to us all along. We were saying, yeah, we're being experimented on all these different angles. And it's like, people could have gotten ready. We should be like, I'll just say this, and I need to get to the defense thing because I want to put this in my playlist, but we need to be out in the streets, like on the court steps with weapons. And we should have been doing that many years before. I'm seeing some really, really like stuff where I'm just like, oh my God, I don't know how this is going to go back to normal at all. Like people are going to be allowed to go to work, but the whole world's agreeing to wear masks where their carbon's going back into their face and they're being suffocated and you can't even see people. So it's like people are agreeing to do some very, very bad stuff. Jeff Poe says, Jennifer has been signing autographs nonstop since that podcast. It's getting great views too. I think it's got like 500 views or something like that. Yeah, Jennifer says they have messed up my brain so badly. They'll take things from me. They'll put things in that I never think. And then like this morning, I was about to not even do this live stream because I'm like, it feels like, and this is before the pandemic. Like I'd make a video and it feels like we're emptying out the Titanic with a teacup. That before the pandemic as a targeted individual. And it feels like, in the Titanic, they had that class that they like locked them in at the bottom of the boat. And so everybody was like getting off the boat and everything like that. The band was playing, but then they had that class that got locked in, right? And I feel like targeted individuals are like that. And I'm sitting down here making a live stream. It's like taking a teacup and just pouring it back into the bottom of the Titanic sinking. So I get that feeling, and then it's like remote neural manipulation. My attackers amplify that feeling of like, no, you shouldn't even do a video because, it's just a little live stream. But I mean, if we just keep putting information out, at least people can know what's going on, and then we can know how to take the next step, right? So, I mean, I get that feeling just amplified by my remote neural manipulation. It's like, even important information, it's like, wow, this is just like emptying out the Titanic with a teacup, because these huge global organizations, like I saw the Clinton Foundation talking about contact tracing, talking about hiring a lot of people who are out of work to keep tabs on people who do have the CV virus or might have the CV virus. So you see, this is just being used as an excuse. We know it's a 0.1% fatality rate, and we don't even know if it's like what the virus is, right? Because it could be exosomes, getting out of people's bodies actually because of 5G and the electromagnetic field of the Earth. There's a lot of complication that goes into this. But now they're talking about like hiring people in every community to call and keep tabs on people, who might have the CV virus. Hey, what's up, Badger Report? Badger Report says, hey, y'all, working right now. Just thought I would stop by and smash that like. LOL. Yeah, thank you, Badger. Everybody smash that like button. I'm going to get into it, guys. So today, and hey, Tansy says, hi, Kyle. Hi, empowered people. Hello, empowered people. And that's what I want to do today. I know there's tons of stuff going on in the world. I know that we're facing some big things, right? Some things that I'm just like looking at and I'm like, oh, I better get get right with God and talk and love on my family and try and have the best time and help as many people as I can, because it seems like all this new world order stuff is coming in. But like what I really thought is, I'm like, okay, I really want to empower targeted individuals as much as I can, because if we're just in the norm before the pandemic, you're targeted, you don't have any defenses, and it's like you can barely get up and do stuff, right? Even with defenses, it's hard for me to even get normal things done. Now we're in this society where it's going to be more and more of this, and I hate to say this, and I hope this doesn't happen, but I think it's going to be more and more every man, every woman for themselves, right? It's going to be this survival, do what you have to do. And I'll never be able to do that. I know you guys won't be able to do that, but I think the public at large will just be kind of in this survival, do whatever you got to do. And that kind of society that's getting more dangerous, it's getting more dangerous and it's getting more mind controlled. I want target individuals to at least have the fortitude, right, to build this kind of fortification with defenses and things like that. So you can at least, like when you're up against horrible information and it's really stressful, so that it's not so stressful, you can kind of calm down your thinking. You can fight against the remote neural manipulation, where now we need to stop this whole thing. That's the best defense, is to get this stopped, right? But it seems like everything, all these crises that are right in everybody's face are kind of taking up everybody's time, even though all these things coming out, it's like you could look at a targeted individual and say, yeah, they're a blueprint for all this stuff that's being rolled out to the public. People are like, no, we've got to deal with this stuff on the surface that's coming out. And we've been saying it for a long time. Look, people are being experimented on. People's minds are being read. People's minds are being manipulated, so it just seems like, and a lot of targeted individuals have said this to me. They're like, it seems like we're kind of getting lost in the mix, when we were lost in the mix before the planet, when everybody was relatively fine, there were crises all over the world, but like people had the time to listen to us and the time to like act against this experimentation. But now it's just going to be wave after wave after wave of crisis and CV nightmare, and then all these new surveillance excuses and everything like that, that people are going to want to protest. Where do we fit into all this, right? And the ironic thing is, we're a major key to this, because you can take a targeted individual and what's happening to them, all these different layers of surveillance, brain manipulation, body torture, and we see some of those surveillance things being rolled out to the public because of CV, right? We need to do this because of CV. We need everybody surveilling each other because of CV. We need contact tracing, people staying away from each other and everything like that. And then you might see something like this. Well, we know that some people are lying about having CV, right? They're lying about it. So we're gonna need to monitor people's brains to make sure they're not lying about having CV. And right, it's not only just that, but other things that they're going to be like, oh, well, people are maybe lying about this, or we need to know to keep people safe, right? Whenever you hear the word safe, that means control. We need to control y'all. We need to control human beings. If you ever hear the word safe, know that it's not for our safety. Know that it's for our control, And like, I kind of just wanted to jump into the passive shielding stuff. So if you guys like have anything that really works for y'all, please put it in chat and I'm going to read it. Tansy says, I don't know about in America, but here in Queensland, Australia, I swear I'm feeling the extra 5G that has been put up. I keep losing my footing and other weird stuff. My attacks have just been really bad since, like, they've been really bad all the time. But during the time of Beltane, like, my attackers are remote neural manipulating me so bad that it like paralyzes me. And I just can't do any, and it's like almost every tragic event in my life is just brought back up in my mind. And so that I'm like, I can't do normal stuff. So it's like the timing, I think after May 1st for me, it might ease up, but I'll tell you what, yeah, so I've heard some other target individuals saying that they're feeling the extra 5G. The 5G is millimeter wave. It's what they use for active denial. targeted individuals had been hit by 5G technology long before they start rolling any of this stuff out. And they're definitely using the 5G consumer grid for more direct targeting, right? For ours and for people who haven't been targeted yet. So many. It's like the targeted individual community is not a small community. That is a delusion. That's a lie. There are millions upon millions upon millions of people in the world who are being targeted, but they just don't know what's happening. And it's at certain different levels, right? And they're targeting and surveilling more and more every day. So we're just, most of us are just people who we're having extreme versions of surveillance, torture, and experimentation in our lives. But everybody, I mean, it's like the whole world is going through this stuff. So I feel like when we get into this mode of like, oh, the targeted individual community, it's a small group of individuals who are being targeted. That's a lie. That's a lie because we don't have concrete numbers on what's happening to who, what level of experimentation, what level of surveillance, what level of torture, right? But you look all over the world. I mean, I think it's more like in the intensely targeted, it's in the millions, but surveilled all the time, and maybe remote neural monitored, you might be looking in hundreds of millions, and they're looking to do it to billions of people, with what's in the vaccine and the ID 2020 and everything like that. Jeff O says, Cheryl, give him a tickle and wake him up. Cheryl said he had a long day. What Tansy says, is your government pushing a CV tracking app on you? They're gonna, Tansy. I know that 2 million Australians are using it. And then somewhere else I saw, they're also accepting it too. What I'm really worried about, I can't prove anything, right? I'm very worried about April 30th, May 1st. And we saw that mass killing in Nova Scotia. And I'm seeing that a lot of, they're going to allow people to go back to their lives as normal in America while keeping social distancing, keeping the masks on. And May Day is like this huge thing. And so I don't want to predict it, and I hope it doesn't happen. It'll probably happen. What I'm thinking is if it's not a mass killing in America, a false flag in America on May 1st or April 30th, that there's going to be some kind of weather event or something that looks natural. And it's going to be used to push and scare more Americans into accepting more surveillance, So this is really bad, guys. I mean, this is a worldwide, New World Order coming in, and it's going to be pump fakes. We're doing this event, and we're kind of hoaxing it. But then maybe in the winter, a lot of people will die from something that's released. I mean, they're going for it now, And I hope that it's the best case as possible, right? But I just don't see it as very hopeful for the world. I see that, if we keep our faith, I mean, we have faith in God, I have faith in humanity, in the regular man. We can get through it and hopefully push back enough. But I see a lot of guys on YouTube, and they're like, we gotta stand up and say no. I mean, yeah, we do. We have to stand up and say no. However we can, putting out information, going out and protesting, saying we won't do it. Right? I'm not going to wear a mask when I go out, and I'm not going to stay far away from people. I'm going to go up and give people high fives. I'm going to scare the crap out of people, because we have to just reject everything that they're telling us to do. For it to be pushed back at all, we have to just reject it. Now, where does that take us when they keep doing pump fakes and keep pushing in with live events? Then, you can kind of go back to normal, but all these things are going to stick around. And then we're a whole nother wave of stuff. I don't know where that leaves us. But we have to just reject all of this stuff, not do it. You can't trace me, right? As targeted individuals, our lives are already being watched, surveilled. We're being traced. Worse than that, we're being harassed. But for normal people, they should really say, you cannot surveil me and you cannot track me, and I don't want to participate in this. The problem is that most of them want to go back to work. They want to go to football games. They want to go to concerts. They want to do regular stuff. So they're like, yeah, I'll go ahead, I'll do whatever you want me to. And then that freedom that's taken away, the little that normal people have left, because I have no freedom in my life. I have spiritual freedom in my life. But the little freedom that people have is going to be taken away, and they won't give it back. They won't give it back. They'll maybe like, okay, we'll give you this, but we're going to keep this, and they'll keep doing it until they make some excuses. We need to look at people's brains. For some reason, I don't know if it's going to be CV19, but I'm seeing everything that's coming out to the public, and then I look at what we're going through as target individuals, and I'm like, they're rolling out stuff that they've been doing to us extreme wise, right? Like we're extreme versions of surveillance, experimentation, mind reading, mind manipulation, everything like that. Now they're rolling out all this surveillance because of CV. When does it get to, for this reason, we need to start looking at people's brains? And they're gonna start it off like, and that may be a while before they release that kind of thing to the public. But just like that millimeter wave thing at the airport, they're not telling people how they're getting that information. This can tell your temperature. This can tell your heart rate. Well, how is it doing that exactly? Is it getting signals from the brain? Because your brain's what keeps your controls your body temperature, and that's how you get a readout, right? I'm looking more into that stuff because I can't be 100% sure, right? They're not going to release some of this information, so you have to do a lot of detective work. But I would almost bet even money that the millimeter wave new airport tracker, it's using millimeter waves, it's using 5G. It's going to hurt people. You don't want to be hit with this stuff. Trust us, trust targeted individuals. But I guarantee you that it's getting a signal from the brain. If you can get a signal from the brain, if you can get a signal from the body, people have to understand that you can send a signal to the body and you can send a signal to the brain. That's where the gap in normal people's reasoning is. They're like, oh, well, they can read this from my body, right? You can send a signal if you can get a signal. That needs to be like a t-shirt. If you can send a signal on something, you can receive a signal from something. And let's start, we learned that through years of pain. Yeah, Jennifer says they have just increased the attacks in my case. Probably from going on doing that interview. They really don't want us speaking out. Like my attackers go really, really far. um, they don't just rely on the physical torture anymore. I've kind of defended some of that out. They really mess with my mind. And if they can't make me stressed out enough to not speak out about this stuff, then they'll take another tactic with remote neural manipulation and certain thoughts that may be like, oh, this isn't really enough. This is the worldwide problems, and so much money behind this, right? It's like a huge, like, even when people know about what's happening to us, they're like they risk their lives helping us. So when I do a live stream, my attackers will do this remote neural manipulation of like, what you're doing is not enough. So they it's pretty sophisticated now, but I'm pushed through it. That's a bad thing. It's a bad thing when the remote neural manipulation really messes with something that's so important for human beings. Your perspective on life, your perception. It's how you do anything. It's how the energy or the thoughts, really. And it does affect our energy. The targeting does affect our energy, but the thoughts we have when we do things, when we take actions, it impacts that action. So if you're being remote neural manipulated to be like, oh, the things that I'm doing aren't big, then it's going to affect that, right? Now we push through it, we evolve, and we have to find new ways to evolve to all this stuff. But it's bad. Hey, Slack TI, man, what's up? Yeah, Jennifer Burns said, yeah, after the interview, they hit me so hard. What's up, Generation? And hey, Nicholas, I feel like a horse that doesn't even flinch when whipped anymore. Yeah, it's like getting hit with such heavy stuff. And like, yeah, and I get conditioned to be like, I'm getting V2K and I'm getting hit in the body, and I'm just like, okay, well, I gotta go do stuff. I gotta go to the grocery store. And it's just like you start getting real hard to it, right? some things I'm like conditioned to be more sensitive to, and then some things like, how am I not even out in the street naked and screaming at this point? It's a miracle. Just that is a miracle, you know. Nicholas, thank you. And Nicholas says you are also amazing. That's really positive, man. Nicholas, I need you to help me out this live stream. And hey, Arachno Nixon. Yeah, I'm going to go through some passive shielding and electronic shielding. Now, what I'm going to do first. So we went through some, and this isn't everything, right? This is just getting people's noggins jogging, right? Getting people's noggins jogging, trying to give them a little foundation of things that they could start out with to feel a little bit better, and then figure it out themselves, like where can I go next, right? So we're going to do a couple of things like that. And what I was thinking of, the 5 things that I want to show first, and now you guys in chat can do this too. Like, what if somebody asked me, they said, okay, if you could tell a targeted individual only about 5 things. Now, this is just 5 passive and electronic things. What would you tell a targeted individual to start out with? And so I go by the lowest price things, even free. Some of the stuff I'm going to show is free. So lowest price, most effectiveness. Lowest price, most effectiveness, easiest to get, quickest to work, and stuff like that. So the first stuff that I'm going to show are 5 things that if a target individual said, if you could just tell me 5 things passive and electronic, what would you start out with? So I'm going to start with those things. Most of you know the first one that I'm going to start with. And hey Paul Abernathy says, how come no one talks about neuroplasticity as much damage the brain takes, which should be a standard? Talk about neuroplasticity all the time, Paul. I talk about that all the time, about healing in the brain, changing your perception. The brain is very, very powerful and can heal a lot. And this is the deal, guys. Like, if you're a targeted individual and you're like, why don't I ever hear about this? This doesn't make sense that I'm not hearing about this. What you've got to understand is there's so many angles with the external torture, directed energy weapons, the neuroweapons, supplements, vitamins, other types of shielding. The gang stalking in itself has so many angles to it, just the stuff that we're experiencing from actual gang stalkers, vehicular stalking. So if you're a targeted individual and you're like, I never hear about this topic, and I don't know why, it seems like we should be hearing about that, then what you need to do is you need to get your YouTube channel, and you need to make a video on that topic, right? Tell me, be like, hey, I made this video about this topic. We all need to be speaking because there's so many angles to all this, right? And because I do that too. I'm like, why isn't anybody talking about this? This is so important. But you got to remember, there's a million different angles to our targeting. I mean, just if you split it up between neuroweapon directed energy torture, and then you split it into and often gang stalking, just those 2 topics, there's millions of different angles, and that's why we all need to be speaking out. But I talk about neuroplasticity a lot, the healing of the brain. We do need to be talking about that. How can we consciously, make our brain more neuroplastic? I think that goes along with praying, faith, healing, blocking, using your willpower and things like that, shifting your perception. And the brain will do it if you're using enough willpower, and you're using enough vitamins and supplements and strengthening yourself mentally and physically. You'll find yourself, and especially using your faith, you'll find that your brain's going to evolve naturally into being stronger, into healing areas that the remote neural manipulation is hurting. The problem is that the remote neural manipulation like keeps going. It's like they do all these protocols, so it's not like they mess with your brain for a year and then stop. If they did that, then it'd be, to heal up and to use neuroplasticity, it'd be a boom, I can just, keep going, but they'll keep interfering with the brain. But anytime you think that, guys, anytime you're like, man, I don't hear enough about this, then you need to do a video on it, or send me an email and say, hey, or say it in chat, just like you did. Let people know. Let people know. Be like, I don't hear about this stuff enough. I've done a couple of videos, I think literally with that title, neuroplasticity. So if you guys know me, you know where I'm going to start. So this is my and we're going to go over some more stuff too, and I'm going to read some stuff in chat. But this is starting out. If you could only tell a targeted individual 5 things, what are the first 5 things you would tell them to kind of build them a solid foundation? I want to get this in my playlist so people can have some ideas. Now, first, this is probably the most effective and affordable because it's free, right? So you just need to order the CD and then get the cost KTX Pro headphones. So this would be number 1, especially, I mean, if you feel like you're getting way more external hits than remote neural manipulation, you still want to get this and start using it at least at night so that you can separate what is external, what's like just hitting me in the groin, what's hitting me in the chest, and stuff like that, from what is signals to the vestibular system that are actually causing pain in my body. So you can separate those 2 things. And I want to read y'all some of the letters on this thing. Generation says, one of my advices to targeted individuals is get your medical files to contact the UN investigation against cyber torture and get or build an RF signal generator. It works like a jammer, and it isn't considered to be, I think you're going to say, illegal. Okay, so an RF signal generator. And that would definitely be like in the stuff that I'm talking about, right? I need some of you guys with more knowledge of Faraday cages and signal jammers, right? EMF jammers or RF jammers, because we want to build a good, a good foundation of things that can block the signal, then actual passive shielding on the body, and then of course grounding, right? We're going to talk about a little bit about grounding and where I get all my grounding stuff, but I need to think of some better things to do with grounding. I just want to read all this. This is from and I'm going to put all these websites, in the description. So antitinnitusv2k.com. So this is from one of the people that used Dave Case's CD, is a targeted individual. Amazing results. I ordered the CD and bought the cost headphones. Able to sleep deeply now, and the ringing in my brain and ears has substantially diminished. The annoying V2K voice is knocked out. I will continue this CD to get free from the invasive technology being used against us. Dave, I am so grateful. The Spirit of Christ lives in you. Many thanks. Love, Ethel. A no longer suffering TI. Like for me, for many years, it really just diminished like everything, like all the attacks, and cleared my brain up. Now, after a couple of years, and I do think I maybe have an implant in me, so my attackers can kind of use that when I'm using Dave Case's CD, but it really helps. It helps to break off that biorelevant feedback loop from the vestibular system to the brain. So I say this a million times, but y'all know I have to bring it out every time. It's probably made the biggest difference out of anything that I've used. And it's good that you start out with this so you can be like, okay, it's not stopping this external hit right here, right? And it's not going to be 100%. None of the stuff I'm going to show you is going to be 100%. But if you can stop the intensity, like the intensity of the pain by like 50, 60, 70, 80%, then you're on your way, and then you can add a couple more things. And what we want to do while we're doing this, because you don't want to, like, right now I have my grounding straps on, I got my less EMF hat on, got my noise canceling hearing aids. We want to find some more streamlined things so that you're not wearing a bunch of tinfoil and all that stuff. We want to, to buy us time, we do need to just stop this experimentation in total, right? Which I don't know, it seems like it's going to be coming out to more and more of the public, and it's like the biggest kept secret in the world. It's like the secret that the Pentagon and DARPA and, all these agencies in the top of the pyramid. It's the big mind control, right? Mind control is this secret that all these corporations, the medical industry, all these consumer products, the number one secret they want to keep. I guess child trafficking would be another one, right? A huge secret that satanic pedophiles want to keep, but they're actually shutting down some of those child trafficking rings. Whereas here, nobody's moving on it, right? We're us target individuals, we're the only ones that are like coming out and talking about it. There are a lot of people talking about some of the bigger issues, right? You see, what's it called? True Stream Media talking about so many of the issues like surrounding this and the history of mind control and everything like this. But now this stuff, like this MK Ultra from afar, is being done in every community, and people don't want to talk about it. They just don't, they won't go that far, oh, there's going to be some surveillance and stuff like that, which it was really refreshing. Yesterday I was watching one of Jeff's censored videos, watching him do a live stream, and it actually got taken down. It got taken down, I think, this morning or something. But he was talking about everything, and it was really refreshing. He may even be targeted, I'm not sure. But he was like, they're gonna keep surveilling. They're gonna keep surveilling in your home. They're gonna surveil. He's making a joke and saying like, you're going to surveil the consistency of your droppings, basically. And he's like, they're going to keep going until they're categorizing your thoughts, right? So it's like truthers, and I'm not sure if he may be he's probably targeted, but I'm hearing it a lot more on some of these channels that are just covering all the issues. It's the most important one because if people can't think right, they can't react right. And then all this stuff that's coming down the pike is going to be way worse because you're going to have a lot of people that the perception pops in there that they should sit on it, right? They should stay home in the lockdown. They should wear a mask, and then it's all going to become better, right? Could be a wideband signal putting in some of those thoughts. So this mind control stuff is like super the most important thing in the world. This is the most important thing in the world, hands down. Besides murdering kids, right? But even that issue goes in with this, right? Because a lot of people who, and I've talked to a lot of target individuals where their targeting started when they tried to expose somebody who was in child trafficking, who was doing child trafficking or any of these things, and they targeted these target individuals to keep them quiet, right? So these weapons are used in all these other crimes to either silence people, witnesses, or to hurt children, or just to hurt the children. So, I mean, and in this, really targeting is human trafficking. Even though we're not going across state lines or anything like that, we're being used for experimentation. People are making money off our experimentation and our captivity, right? I'm in my condo. I can walk around, but I'm gang stalked, and my brain is being manipulated. My brain is being monitored. That's captivity. That's captivity because I'm being manipulated so bad that I can't do the regular things I want to do. And when your brain's being manipulated and changed, it even changes your activities. So it's straight up. I mean, it's in a way kidnapping, and in a way it's human. It is just human trafficking, but in a way it's kidnapping. Hey, Lisa says some are afraid to say on video that they're TI. Yeah, I totally understand. I understand that. Puppy Glasses TI says, yes, they will put you in stupid situations in your dreams and study how you deal with it. Yeah, that's to find out what you'll do. It's for experimentation purposes. And Lisa, you said some people are afraid to say on video that they're a TI, and I think that's because if I go out and get a job, or try and get a job, they would, maybe they would see this video and then I wouldn't be able to get the job as easy. Maybe they could use this against me to throw me in a mental institution again. But like the way that things are going these days, right? what's coming down the pike, what's happening because of all this, the hoax, the CV hoax. And it's not a hoax. Something's happening to people, but I think that it more has to do with 5G grid and with fudging the numbers. You know, I don't think that it has to do with a bioweapons release or anything like that. But now it's kind of like we really have nothing to lose, especially targeted individuals. And the more people, the more of us that speak out, the more that it's going to light this spark, this fire that the rest of people searching for truth can look at, right? Because some people like check it out, like me and you, Lisa. Some people may look at my videos and they may be a certain kind of person and say, oh man, that guy's a nerdy hippie, or, you know, whatever label. And they're like, I just don't believe him. He has some stuff that he calls evidence or whatever. But if you make a video, that same person might be, I like her. I kind of resonate with her. I believe what she's saying. I'm going to go look into it, right? So it's like, if we need to come out with all these different personalities and age groups and, you know, both of the different sexes. And I did just assume that there are two sexes right there. But, you know, we all need to come out, because you might connect with somebody like I couldn't connect with them, right? It's really, really important. And I just think that at this point in time in the world, we gotta, everybody, if injustice is happening to you and you don't like what's happening in the world, I think now is the time, because they're solidifying so many dangerous things that will change things forever, and there will never be any going back, you know. I mean, I sometimes, my hope, this is the hopeless thing, right? I'm not saying this is true. Sometimes I feel like it's already too late. I feel like I should just have as much joy as I can in my life. Try and make some money and have a nice place, and you know what I'm saying. Experience as much life as I can, because sometimes I'm like, people just waited too long, and the New World Order did this in a certain way. And sometimes I'm like, even if people rise, let's not even go with that thought, because miracles happen. I do trust in God, but sometimes I'm like, it's already too late, The thing that you can look at, though, is look at people who are obeying all this lockdown, and they're getting the trace, contact tracing app and stuff like that. It's Twilight Zone. People who are doing the wrong thing, it's like they can kind of fit in a little bit with the general population. Oh, you betrayed humanity. You can kind of fit in. So anybody who really does speak the truth and who really does care about humanity, you're gonna catch some flack. You're gonna catch some flack. I feel like as targeted individuals, maybe we were just being trained. We were being trained for it, right? To catch flack for telling the truth and doing the right thing, so that when all this stuff comes, it won't even be a question of what we need to do. You're going to see a lot of people who do the wrong thing and aren't doing the right thing for humanity, and are actually dangerous for the rest of us. They're going to get their lollipops, their lollipops in their presence for doing so. That's the way. That's the way that humanity gets destroyed. Giving people gifts and stuff like that for doing the wrong thing. And I think this is Dave responding. So this, I really recommend this, guys, and I'd say get it and start using it right away, all the time. Then you can distinguish between what's remote neural manipulation, what's external hits. And it, nothing for me has been 100%, but it's made it bearable, where before, without defenses, my targeting was like unbearable, couldn't even get out of bed, couldn't think at all. But now at least I can think, I can do live streams, right? I can speak out. That's another thing, guys. That's another thing. And some people, you know what you said, Lisa, like some target individuals are scared to speak out. Sometimes, and I'm not sure about every situation, but that could be because of remote neural manipulation. It could be a targeted individual who, if they weren't targeted, would definitely be outspoken and not worry about like what people are going to think and everything like that. But this remote neural manipulation is pretty sophisticated. It can make somebody who doesn't give an F what people think be like, oh, what are people gonna think? Am I gonna get in trouble? It can put all these negative thoughts in their head. So what these defenses can do, if we get them stacked up right, get this kind of starter pack. This is number 1 in the starter pack, Dave Case CD. Then it can build this like kind of fortify the person experiencing this experimentation and torture, can fortify their mind so they can get it back kind of. And then those target individuals that might feel more afraid will find that they have a little bit more courage, right? They feel a little bit more like themselves. So that's another concern of mine when I'm showing all these defenses. We really need, and I know some of you guys, like you're like, CD can't help me, none of this stuff works or whatever. You really need to give it a try. You'd be surprised. You're going to be surprised on these things. Please trust me on this. Dave says, that's amazing. Clearly there's something not only to the sounds produced, but also to the method. There may be neuroplastic changes that occur. Look at that, Paul. There may be neuroplastic changes that occur during sleep that actually allow inhibitory neurons to inhibit the spontaneously firing excitatory neurons thought to generate the perception of tinnitus. I'm hoping that I can eventually look into this with some kind of sleep study, but that may be a bit further into the future. Let's read one more of these, and then I want to show you all the cost headphones that you need to get. I use the Dave K CD. I'm a living testimony to how the CD stops V2K and neuroweaponry attacks. Now, I do want to say this. I have V2K, and so I have microwave hearing where it's going to my inner ear, and I hear audible voices. When I put the CD on with the cost headphones, it intensifies because it's a noise induction. And with noise induction, some of you guys might experience this when you're listening to running water or something like that. It's actually an interaction in the inner ear that your attackers are pumping. They're pumping V2K through that. It's kind of a sophisticated process where it's like when the interaction is going on in the inner ear, your attackers are manipulating that interaction so that you hear voices through water or through sounds. Now that becomes a little bit louder when I listen to Dave Case's CD, but when I don't, like when I use Dave Case's CD a long time, and then maybe in the daytime I'm not using it, the V2K is much lower over time, right? So some people's V2K, it might get a little bit louder, but it's going to be in a different way. It's not going to be in the same microwave hearing effect. It's actually going to be a noise induction effect. But this tones down the remote neural manipulation, which would be the nervous system pain, like anxiety, depression of the mind, them being able to make you sleepy like that, or not being able to go to sleep. So it can really interfere with those things. And then it's like if you're using it for a long time, when you're not using it, your V2K will be a lot lower. Now, some target individuals, their attackers might not switch to that noise induction thing. So it might just lower your V2K altogether. Yeah, Nicholas Hamblin says not tinnitus, microwave hearing effect. Yeah, and they can do V2K and a lot of this stuff through a couple of different methods. So microwave hearing I think is the biggest one for me with the audible V2K. And then that's that, yeah, and exactly the tinnitus-like sound. It's not a health issue called tinnitus. It's like your brain sending it, like the microwaves affecting your brain, and then your brain sending a signal to the inner ear, and you're hearing it as this high-pitched sound, right? And they discovered it because these guys in the Navy were working by a radar, and they started to hear a high-pitched hum, right? So they found it by accident. And so it's like a byproduct of microwaves of like interacting with the brain, and it's this high-pitched sound. So it's a byproduct, but then our attackers in this program, they've learned to use it as a torture method, right? It's a byproduct, but they can really, really turn up the microwaves or the amplitude of the microwaves affecting your brain, and it can increase this high-pitched sound. So they use it as a torture device, right? It's like a byproduct of that microwave hearing. Tansy says, Lori, be careful with magnets. They can help, but they can also make things worse. There's some good channels that can help, like Look Out for Charlie and Herbs and Beads and stuff. Yeah, definitely. Those are two great channels. And I'm going to go through magnets a little bit. I think that you should use magnets, but just don't, your attackers can get used to it. Your attackers can get used to the magnets and can maybe heat them up. Like I'll put a magnet near my skin, but then my attackers will hit the actual magnet and will heat it up so that it hurts me. I have to hold it away from the skin. And I think that also you got to remember that your brain is an electromagnetic organ. So if you have a huge, like 400 or 600 pound pole magnet right by your head all the time, it's going to mess with the way that your brain works. So like using it at night, you know, for like a week or something like that, and then maybe taking a week off, just using it in a way where it's not all the time would probably be the best idea. Because you don't, like, I'd use a magnet one time, a 400 pound pole magnet, had it by my head all the time. I'd keep it all day, all night. And I felt real tired. I felt like my brain had a hard time thinking because it was actually affecting my brain. So you just want to be careful with those big magnets. Maybe keep it a little bit away from your head and sleep with it. Make sure you see how you feel, how it's affecting the targeting. But it can be really, really, it can work very well. Like the little neodymium magnets, especially like with the V2K, if you can get some like 25 pound pole magnets, maybe 4 on each side or something like that, somehow hang them by your ears, it'll affect your V2K a lot. I need to watch that that beads channel more. Herbs and beads. Puppy Glasses TI says, also there are tons of consumer EEG devices available. You could literally make a counter neurofeedback routine to fight the conditioning. Yeah. Like I've got one, I can't remember what it's called. I wasn't going to go over that one today. It's the one that I put it's like an electromagnetic stimulation, and I put it on my neck, and that really works. It interferes with the remote neural manipulation of the nervous system. So those really work. So Dave Case's CD, that's number 1, right? I'm going through the 5 things. We're going to go through some more stuff, more than just the top 5. And then I just want to bring y'all to the cost headphones page here. They're about $20. I remember when they were like 12 bucks. But you need to get these because it goes up to, what is it, 24 hertz? 24 hertz. It's 24,000 kilohertz. No, 24 hertz, something like that. Let's see. Let's look at it. I always get those mixed up. I get megahertz and hertz mixed up. Where is the description of it? But anyway, it goes up to the right frequency levels for what Dave has put into his CD. It's like 1987. Okay, there it is. 15 to 25,000 hertz in 60 ohms. Okay, 25,000 hertz. So it's like 25 kilohertz or something like that. Yeah, just at 25,000 hertz. Always like get kilohertz and hertz mixed up. Slack TI says, I surround myself with over 100 inches of speaker magnets playing in 5-channel stereo audio frequencies, and that feels great. Yeah, magnets do work. Magnets will really interfere with what they're shooting in. It's just be careful with them, right? Like Robert Stanson, he makes those magnetic helmets, which I think is a great idea. I think it's going to block stuff out. But I think that if somebody's going to use something like that, they need to be aware of how it's making them feel, and they need to not use it all the time. Like not use it like 24 hours a day for like a month, because it might affect your brain, actually. You just want to be careful with those type of things. Nicholas says, Tesla spoke often of the benefits of 40 hertz healing. What's Nicholas? What's Schumann resonance? because that's it. The Schumann resonators in my top 5 here. So let's go on to number 2. Let's kind of get through these. I rambled on at the beginning. Said I wasn't going to do that, man. But I want to talk to you guys in chat. So what was number 2? Number two is going to be grounding. Now there's many ways to ground, right? So if you guys have any types of grounding methods that you guys use or websites that you go to, please put them in chat. What I use is the leg straps, this body band right here. It says one of them is like $28. I remember getting like 2 of these for I got 2 for like $50, and then I bought like 2 more. I had an extra one that I gave somebody, and I can't find I have an armband. I have an armband that I actually put on my leg. But what I really recommend, guys, and I've said this before, I really recommend that if you're not sure how your targeting works, but you're getting remote neural manipulation, right? They're messing with your head, maybe putting visuals in, stimulation to your nervous system and everything like that. I would start with the grounding bands on your leg, like on your left leg, because you've got this huge nerve, the vagus nerve, that goes down all the way down your left side of the body. You start on that left leg, it can ground out some of those signals going through your nervous system. But also it's gonna ground out your skin. So the importance of grounding is that if you're getting really bad external hits and you need those to be attenuated and buffered down, the grounding can really affect those a lot. So grounding is like imperative. So I can't find the wristband. This is a wristband right here. They've got a small one, and this would be for your wrist or your leg. I guess you could use a large band right here for your leg too. But I would get this kind. I'm thinking about trying one of the socks, right? And then you want to check, they're going to send you something from earthing.com that can check your outlet to make sure it has the right grounding coming off of it. I'd say just start, I wear my grounding all the time, unless I go out, to the supermarket or something like that, come in, I sit in my chair, and I put on those 3 bands all the time, take them off if I need to go use the bathroom or go fix something to eat, and I put them back on when I come, and I keep my grounding on all the time. And it makes such a huge difference. That's like number 2. And I would recommend this one. And I know this stuff, some of it costs money, right? So I'd start out with Dave Case's CD. You can maybe get one grounding strap if you have enough money. You kind of start out with that. Can reduce the intensity of the targeting a little bit, right? And then you can think better, and then you can, try and add some other things that are kind of streamlined and don't make us look completely crazy, right? That's another thing about the defenses that I'm trying to show you guys. The first 5 especially. And actually the next one, no, not the next one, but the next one does kind of make us look crazy, and you probably don't want to wear it outside. But we want to make things more streamlined, so we're not wearing a bunch of aluminum and stuff. So Nicholas says each unit, what are you talking about? Oh, 7.83 Schumann, yeah, the Schumann resonance. Okay. Nicholas says each unit is 1 channel. You would need to add multiple for channel and parallel distribution. One of the benefits I love about paragliding is the increased electrostatic field. As I gain altitude, I can definitely feel. Yeah, I'm sure they have a hard time keeping that stream of energy on you too when you're paragliding. It is motion compensating, but. Tansy says, Kyle, I tried that lip rubbing thing and it did help. It makes my lips vibrate after. Yeah, it gives my lips a tingly feeling. It's supposed to calm down your whole parasympathetic nervous system, because all these, and you have a bunch of nerves in your face, right? And all those nerves to your face hook into the big vagus nerve and the trigeminal nerve and everything that goes down to your median nerve in your hand. So you have all these little tiny nerves in your face, and your lips are connected to them. Those are some neat little tricks. And there's about like the stuff I'm showing y'all today, I just want to put it in my playlist, right? There's a million other things, but I feel like if you can get a core 5 things that are pretty cheap and start off with them, then you can feel a lot better, and then you can start thinking creatively about what you want to do. Now the next one, let's do the next one for yeah, because that kind of goes together. I would say, yeah, these would be the 5. These would be the 5. Earthing is a lot. Well, I'm going to do a video just on earthing, but I just wanted to mention it. And you could start out with like 2 of these bands. Maybe put one on your arm, one on your leg. I would recommend at least 2 on that left leg to start out with, because that actually, for me, it's this huge difference. Like if I put it on my left leg, other than like say my right leg or my right arm, it's a just complete difference, you know, complete difference. Like they can, like this morning I woke up, I have like a pulsing in my head, a pulsing down my spine, because I hadn't put Dave Case CD on, but I was wearing the noise canceling hearing aids. It's like kind of defending a little bit differently, right? With my noise canceling hearing aids defend, Dave Case CD defends a little bit differently than that, because it's like, because my attackers are getting through a little bit differently. But like say I didn't have my grounding on, the pain in my back, in my kidneys and stuff like that, in my head, it would have been way worse. It would have been like probably 10 times worse, where I can't even get up for a couple of hours, just having it on my left leg. And I showed y'all in that last live stream, I showed you how the vagus nerve runs down there, but the skin is also this one entire organ, right? And if you're grounding it out, because your skin is conductive, so when you're getting these external hits and it's burning or it's hurting, right? Because it's going through the epidermis, it's conductive. When you're grounding, you are basically changing that conductivity level, and you're also grounding out positive ions, and that's one of the reasons it changes that conductivity level. So you got Dave Case CD, the cause headphones, and maybe 2 bands on your left leg, or if you can afford 3. But grounding is primary because it helps everything. It can help the remote neural manipulation, but it definitely helps the external hits, you know, more. Arachno Nixon says rights violated in Maryland 2020. Not personally, but I've seen plenty of TIs who are stalked by fire departments. Them and EMS are integrated in noise campaigns. Yeah, I'm stalked. Yesterday I went to go get some CBD oil, and I got an EMS worker driving past in the other lane that had one headlight on. Now, if you drive an ambulance, they have to be up to code. They have to have everything up to standard. So this thing about like, well, maybe it's somebody who just forgot to like change their light in their car. Like on an EMS worker, it's very purposeful. And sometimes I'll have them like driving behind me with one light. So I have all torps, and this is what I mean. I think I said it out loud in the car. I said this is completely inverted, because those people, those EMS workers in that ambulance, they're supposed to do no harm and save lives, and they're actually vehicularly stalking an innocent American who's been tortured. You know, my brain's been microwaved, my brain is being raped. They're actually stalking me. People who are supposed to like be saving lives are actually participating in like you know, stalking and harassing citizens that are being murdered. And I said, this is worse than just a mafia rule. You know, like if our country in the world was ruled by a mafia member, it's worse than that. Because it's like mafia members, I think, don't mess with people that don't even mess with them. This is like pure Satanists running this, where if they find you and you're a good person and you're innocent and you know, have a lot to give your community, they're going to take you out and they're going to make it painful, and they don't want to get caught for doing it. So they're just going to put you in so much torturous pain that you're walking around, but you feel like you want to die. You know, it's like worse than mafia rule. Yeah, I want to move out to the mountain too. Yeah, Paul Abernathy says also negative ions are good. Yeah, right on. Ralph Bruguette says, move to the mountains after 10 years of this. Nature is a great countermeasure. It natural grounding in nature. You're away from all of the, you know, consumer 5G grid. You're away from all your neighbors' wireless, the smart grids and everything like that. That's like number one. If you can do that, if you can move out to an area where there's not many people around, like on a farmland or anything like that, that's number one. That's someone, and I think that's why I think Owen Benjamin was targeted. I think that he went after a bunch of people in Hollywood. He started getting hit with directed energy weapons and stuff like that, and he booked it out to farm goats. And he doesn't talk about it, right? And I don't think a lot of people talk about it because they know how many people in society wouldn't watch their stuff, wouldn't listen to them. They'd be like, "You're a tinfoil crazy person." That's how everybody's been conditioned. So they talk about like everything else that's corrupt and wrong with society, but there's actually many, many famous people who are like targeted. And I mean, you know, TC says it. He says like they want us to speak out, right? You're gaslighting yourself, right? So I understand that too when I'm making these videos or anything like that. We have to, and we have to just talk about it straightforward in the face. We have to make it, we have to like, what's the word? Carve a path. Or what's it when you're going through something and you're chopping the trees, you're chopping a path, you're trailblazing. We have to trailblaze a path where we just talk about what's happening in society and the conditioning goes away, right? We just slap the conditioning away. Because it's like what you know, I guess for other people they can do it, they can talk about other stuff, but when I didn't really want to go on YouTube, and this is the issue why I came on YouTube, right? It's like I would just not be on YouTube. I wouldn't be talking about a bunch of other stuff because this is the primary thing. I'm being murdered with microwaves. I'm being remote neural manipulated. I'm being mind controlled. My visuals, my inner voice is being read. Voice to skull, sometimes automated, sometimes human operatives are responding to my thoughts. You know how big of a difference that makes in someone's life when like everything you think for like, you know, at least where I knew for like a decade or so, where they're responding to my thoughts, that totally messes you up. I mean, you guys know what I'm talking about. But it's true. Like we do gaslight ourselves when we talk about this because society has been so ingrained and conditioned to be scared of like, oh, if you say you're getting hit by like directed energy, hey, we can have millimeter wave scanners in the airport. We can have the 5G grid, which we see an active denial system, people running away when they're hit by it. We can have all this stuff. It can come out how the top of the pyramid wants it to, right? The top of the pyramid wants it to come out in some medical things, like at MIT, there's, you know, electromagnetic fields with bidirectional streams to do neural manipulation. That's how the top of the pyramid wants it to come out. In those different medical communities and different consumer products, and then, you know, now in airports with the TSA, many other things that I'm forgetting, right? But if we just talk about those things that are being released to the public, and the top of the pyramid that does not mind about people knowing about it, right? So it wouldn't put it out in the public if it didn't really care. We've got to talk about stuff that they don't want everybody known. It's like the only way through this. We talk around it and we talk about everything that's been released in the mainstream media. I mean, we'll just be doing exactly what the top of the pyramid wants us to do, right? That's a tough one. I think some people are called, even if they're target, they're maybe called to have a bigger audience, you know, and talk about some of the things on this level, you know, that more normal people can understand, or people who haven't been hit with so much injustice and weird conspiracy. And then God calls on some people to just say everything, right? No matter what happens, no matter if YouTube won't let them out there, you know, that's a tough one. And when things are tough, I say, listen to your heart. When things are really tough and it's like, man, everybody's really got a separate road that they got to walk, you know, listen to your heart. God will tell you what to do. God will tell you how to talk about things. So that's number two, the grounding. There's many different ways to do that, and I need to do a separate video on it. on some different methods, and I'm going to try some different methods too. But earthing.com, do any of you guys have like a website that y'all go to for grounding? And Puppy Glasses TI says, I'll walk into Starbucks wearing a hazmat suit. Yeah. I'm not gonna wear, I know you're joking. I'm not totally not gonna wear a mask, you know. Just not gonna do it. Jennifer Burns says, I get pulsed in the head every single night and sometimes all day. Does the grounding help the head hits? Yeah, because it changes the conductivity of your skin. So say you're getting hit in the head, you can feel that heat, and then it's really hurting your head. If you're grounding, the directed energy has to affect the organ of your skin, right? Even if it's going straight through and it's affecting the nerves in your scalp. So if you're grounding even in your leg, it's grounding, it's changing the conductivity of everything else. Now, since Jennifer said that, let me show another important thing now. One of them is gonna be noise canceling hearing aids. I think those are so necessary for people who are getting remote neural manipulation. But since Jennifer mentioned head hits, the thing that helps me, and it doesn't help 100%, but I wear this all the time, and these are really expensive, so we need to figure out something better, right? But it's I say this a million times, the balaclavas with the silver L. Now I want to do a balaclava with copper, like the copper fabric. If you could do like 5 layers, around here, I've said this on a million live streams, but you can do like copper fabric in 5 layers around your neck and your head. Like your headaches would be a lot better, even being affected by the remote neural manipulation, but especially the burning to the head. Like right now, my attackers are hitting me. Like I feel this stream of energy going right here. Even these hats, right? So I think it's really, really good to get some layers around your neck and your head. I've got 5 brain coats and 5 balaclavas. 5 brain coats and 5 balaclavas. These are $49.95. These are, and I think when I got them, they were like $29.95 each, but I think they get more popular. But they're expensive. I'd buy like one every 2 months or something like that. And I built up 5 of each over like a year, or over like a year and a half. This, I wear them all the time. And if I, like right now, I'm not wearing them right, I'm just wearing this hat. And like, I feel the heat on my head, like right here. Like I feel the heat on my hat too. But as long as I'm using them, I don't get as dizzy. Like I don't have that like in the middle of the head headache thing as much. And I don't feel the burning on my skin. So if you have a combination of like using Dave Case CD at night, or I'd use it all the time, like right when you get it, then you have the passive shielding over the head, and then with the grounding, that's like 3 kind of different layers that your attackers are going to have a hard time adapting to. So, maybe I'd start out with like, maybe get 1 balaclava. It's not going to do much. You really need layers of this crap. You need layers of the crap. But you got to start out somewhere, And I'd say like a good place to start for you guys, if you're getting hit in the center of the head, this wouldn't help too much with the remote neural manipulation, but I think that getting one of these hats, and I think they're pretty cheap. You want to kind of just get started with it and do 1 layer at a time. But I do think that if we could get some copper fabric, if you know a seamstress, or like you can cut out some stuff, if we could get copper fabric cheaply and do balaclavas, that would make us just a real big difference. Where's the hats? See, I've got a pair of these. These work okay, but you gotta layer it up, And I don't want to put aluminum foil on my head anymore, Where's the stupid hat? Okay, here it is. I would really recommend starting out with a hat. Starting out with a hat and seam. The only problem is it's not going to block. Like if your attacker putting an electromagnetic field around your head, it's conducting along the skin into your ear. It won't help with the remote neural manipulation, but if they're hitting you on the top of the head, this does block it pretty well. And they have these 3 different colors right here. So what I'll do, and I have this other one too, got 2 of these. The problem with them, right? And this is the problem with everything, is they're expensive. Like, and you can't do it all at once. So it's like you kind of got to start building. But what you want to do with Silverell is good. I think copper fabric or silicone-based things. Like there's some silicone-based plastics that if you can figure out how to like get it into a head thing, right, it might work very well. Let me show you guys this. Sometimes I'll put 2 hats on with the you know, headgear. These layers, right, is what really protects, and it's a Silverell type material. Let me go to this real quick and show y'all, because I'll show y'all what I'm talking about here. So like when I go to sleep, I have the less EMF gear, and then I put Dave Case CD on top of it. I take my hats off. And then this is a lead hat right here. This is a lead rubber. So this will really protect. You might just want to get one of these to sit around your house with, because this would protect from external hits. Now with some of the stuff that you can't even feel the heat, like let me just give you guys an example. Like yesterday I was sitting in my house and I took out my electronic cigarette and it was burning up, right? And I kept trying to feel the stream of energy that they were heating it, and I couldn't feel it. So it was actually a directed energy stream that I couldn't feel the heat, right? So I think some of this remote neural manipulation stuff and some of the streams of energy, or I mean, you could even call it laser, right? It's like an electromagnetic stream of energy. You can't feel the heat. They'll hit you with heat sometimes so you know, and it can do some things, but I think some of the remote neural manipulation stuff, we can't even feel. You can't feel the heat of it, but they'll do external streams to your head that do that do electromagnetic transcranial stimulation, right? So but then, you know, because I can block some of that, but then I'll still be having problems with the remote neural manipulation, you know, visuals in my head and stuff. Some of that you can't even feel. It's streams of directed energy that don't have a visible heat to it. So the 3 good ones, right? You know, a hat is $30. I'd say it's worth it. I'd say it's worth it to get you started if you're getting hit on the top of the head. I'd say Dave Case CD in the ground. I would get the grounding. I'd get the grounding before I get it. But remember how I do things, guys. You layer up some stuff that's streamlined. It's not going to make you look crazy, but you kind of keep building, you know. And I wish that we could just be like, hey, we're getting hit. We just need to stop this program. But the way things are going on in the world, I think this is really important. It's really important that you get to a bearable state for this stuff. Get it toned down as much as possible with as many defenses, and then we can come at this thing harder. More people can make videos. We're going to be able to speak better, think better, and it shouldn't be this way, right? When an innocent American's tortured, all you guys, innocent Americans in this chat room and everybody watching this who is experimented on by directed energy weapons, people should help us, right? This should be stopped. It's a crime. But the way things are in the world now, it's like we've got to fight even harder. It's a sucky, horrible injustice. Injustice is too soft of a word, but we're being really hurt. Our brains being messed with. We're being disabled. And we're going to have to fight a lot harder than we've ever could have imagined we have to fight. It sucks. It sucks. We can get into a bearable state of like where it's like, this sucks and it's annoying, but I can still do things and I can still fight, you know, and you have some more adrenaline and stuff like that, right? It's very, very possible. I still get hurt a lot too. Sometimes my attackers are like, where the human operators are just amplifying it manually. Like they can't just leave it on automated a lot because it'll taper out and attenuate. But if they really want to hurt me, right, and they really want to keep on making sure it's amplified, they can do it, you know. but these two are my favorite, because see, it covers the ears. So I've got like the 5 layers on the inside, the brain coat covering this, and then I got 5 balaclavas, right? So it's like if they're hitting this area, they have to go through 10 layers. And I think if we could do that with copper, let me show you guys the copper fabric. But this is lessemf.com, and I'll put it in the description. I show this thing a lot too. You don't overwhelm yourself. I'm putting this in the playlist just for some ideas, but you just want to try Dave Case CD, and then like, oh, well, I'll get some 2 grounding straps. I'm gonna try that, see how it makes me feel. And you just kind of keep building up as much as you can, right? These first 5. This isn't one of the 5, but you like, I want to get some of this a better. I'm not sure how what's the word, rigid. I'm not sure how rigid this copper fabric is. I really want to get one that's like copper imbued fabric that I can go to a seamstress and then show you guys like 5 balaclavas with copper. Copper is gonna be awesome. Copper, silicone, shungite, tourmaline, many other things. I'm sure you guys know a million more. Lisa says, any of you have trauma-induced split personalities? This has messed with my personality a lot. It's kind of made me like, it's hurt me so bad and traumatized, but I don't have like a personality that doesn't know the other one. Trauma can do that though. Trauma-based mind control, and I think they are probably purposefully doing that to some targeted individuals, trying to give them split personalities. But to me, it confuses me about, I've been traumatized so bad, and before the targeting, or before I knew about it, I was just Kyle, right? I was just this, and I had a steady personality. But when you're traumatized and you're brought to this certain spot, your brain's brought to this certain spot, and then it's like, oh, you heal up a little bit, and you're like, oh my God, I experienced like the most depressed version of myself ever. That starts to kind of like be pretty confusing. Now, I don't actually have, I don't know any target individuals that actually have the real split personality disorder. Hey, Awaken World. So how to fund these? Yeah. So how to fund these? Also order them when TIs are no income or homeless and no means to get these. Need free, cheaper way of production. I get what you're saying, Awaken World. I think about that before I'm doing these videos, right? Where I'm like, a lot of TIs are going to be like, well, I don't have no money to buy anything. So Dave Case CD is free, right? $20 to get the cost headphones. The grounding stuff, you get 2 grounding straps. It's probably going to be like, what, $50 or something like that. No, I think it was more than that. I don't know. You got to just save up some money, and some. This was my thought on it, right? Because I had thought about that, and I'm like, well, targeted individuals that can afford it like CAN, they need to get these things and feel better so they can make videos, right? And they can speak out more, and they can have more energy. So then we can move forward to stop this stuff for the people who can't buy any of it and have no money and can't really get help, right? So it's a tough thing, right? I know that some people can. I have to be on Social Security. I want to have a real job and stuff like that. I had a job at Dell, and I used some of that money to buy some of my defenses, and then I used Social Security, and I really have to be creative with how I get some of the defenses and the shielding. Like, I was blessed to have a job like before I even knew I was targeted, and it saved up some money and stuff like that. But my thinking is, I know a lot of people won't be able to afford all this stuff, obviously, right? And I thought about what you just said before I even made the video. I'm like, people are going to be like, hey, I can't, what about people who can't afford this stuff? Yeah, there's going to be people like that, but there will be targeted individuals that can afford this stuff, that can maybe get some of the first 5 things or a couple of other things. They can feel better. They can speak out. Then we can get help for those people that can't afford it, right? I don't know how, I've thought about doing like a fundraiser to do like a starter pack for everybody, but there's just so many TI. Who do you pick first, right? because there's millions of targeted individuals. So all that I can do is I can say, these are things that I've tried and they've really helped me. And I know there's a lot of different angles, and there's people like, I can't afford anything. What are you talking about, Kyle? You just need to stop this program. But like, obviously I can't stop the program right now. So, you know, is the complication of life. I'd say that, you know, Dave Case's CD is free, and the cost headphones are $20. So I think most people would be able to afford like $20, get you started. Maybe then if you start feeling better from the remote neural manipulation, you could get a little job, you could have enough energy to get Social Security. And I think that if a targeted individual does not think that they can work, if they can't work, right, they're being too tortured, you need to get on Social Security. You need to take as much money from this government that is killing us. I mean, this is sanctioned by our government. They fund directed energy programs. They know, a lot of the senators and representatives, they know. So we need to be able to, we're owed millions of dollars, right? And we need to find creative ways to get Social Security and welfare and things like that. We're owed way more. We're all owed millions of dollars. So getting Social Security, if you're, you know, a lot of people are like, well, I don't want Social Security, I want to be able to work. You're owed millions of dollars. You're being tortured. The justification is there for the government to help you out a little bit. You get Social Security, say you can get like $1,000 a month. You could take $100 a month and buy some defenses to save your life, right? We got to get creative, right? But I understand what you're saying. I think about that stuff before I'm even putting it out. I'm like, you know, I work really hard to get myself into a situation that sucks, even though I can live in this apartment and afford food and stuff like that. My situation still sucks, but I'm like, there are some target individuals that are homeless. I don't know. I mean, I wish that I could make everybody that was homeless not homeless, but I just got to put out information, and then the targeted individuals that can find a way to afford some of this stuff, they can do it. Then they can speak out, right? We got to make as many of us as strong as we can get, so that there's more speaking out, and we can like start to make a bigger difference, right? But I understand there's a lot of angles of what everybody's going through. Rev 31 Micron says, EMS staged a car accident in front of me today, right after I was talking about buying a car. Catch Up Media says, I have so many experiences in the last 6 years. Everyone read my mind. If you can help me. Puppy Glasses TI said, I visited a TI on a farm recently, and they had people drive around her property in parades 24/7. Yeah, there was one couple where every car that came by in the town would honk their horn, you know, when they'd come by. Yeah, Lori Smith says it's so hard. It's brutal. This is a war. Like, what you need to realize is this is a war. Like the war, this pandemic and all the surveillance that's coming, and you know, the whole populations of the world are being poisoned in many different ways. And we are not casualties of war. We are soldiers in a war. The top of the pyramid and a lot of these agencies and ex-military and contractors and big business and everything like that, they are experimenting on us. They've said, you know, you guys are going to speak out, you're whistleblowers, or you're dangerous, or we just think, you know, we think that we can get rid of you. Like, you know, they don't really care. We're just fodder, you know, for making money and experimentation and trying out PSYOP protocols and everything like that. What we have to say is, I'm a soldier, and I'm not a casualty of war. I'm a soldier in a war for innocent, free human beings to have their freedom. So you got to realize, like, men and women, we are soldiers. We are in a war. This asymmetrical warfare is coming in even more now. It's just, you see, when it's done this way, right? Like, this isn't somebody coming with a gun to our door yet. Then the public says, oh no, that doesn't exist. They don't stand up, right? They don't react to it the same way, because everybody's conditioned to think, well, in a war, somebody's going to be pointing a gun at me. So that's what asymmetrical war is. It's poisoning people, hitting them with streams of energy, mind control, psychological operations such as the lockdown, and destroying people's businesses. It's a way that people say, oh, well, there's a virus, so I have to do this, and it's going to destroy my life, and there's going to be lots of suits. It's called asymmetrical warfare. So at the top of the pyramid, and a lot of these evil ex-military people and agencies, and even some current military, they are fighting an asymmetrical war against the human population right now. You know, we just got to realize that. We've got to realize this war. We got to get really, really creative. Got to get really creative. That kind of goes into the, like, I know that some target individuals like have no money. So that's why I tried to put Dave Case's CD first. But then there's some materials like copper fabric and things like that, that if you can buy them cheaper and you can get them around your head, like you can buy a whole bunch of copper fabric and just maybe like get it, cut a hole out of it, and then put it, like, kind of tape it, and it'd be a lot less expensive than that stuff at less EMF. But if you do get Social Security, if you can, then you should be able to afford a couple of different things, some supplements and cleansing and stuff like that. Yeah, I agree, Puppy Glass TI. Puppy Glass TI says, the facts are on our side, be blunt. It's totally, totally true. This is happening. More people know. More people know about this asymmetrical warfare that's going on, and we just really got to push, you know. Can't figure out everything in one live stream, right? That's why we got to keep talking about it. We've got to have enough energy, right? Some targeted individuals, it's like they come out on YouTube and they put their testimony out, and then it's like, I can't keep doing this YouTube thing. We got to constantly be putting stuff out and use these social media platforms, how your channel can kind of keep going. This is not ideal. Like, YouTube is completely controlled. Targeted individuals are separated, right? I saw that gang stalking show, who I'm subscribed to him. He's been making videos for like months, he's been making videos for years. He's been making a bunch of new videos for months, and I like didn't get notifications at all. And I just happened to like go to his channel this morning. So they're trying to separate us from each other. Like, if you like playing tennis, you will get every tennis YouTube channel on there. YouTube will make sure to put these in your you know, what's it called, in your recommended, but they're doing this censorship and splitting us up, so we don't get recommendations and stuff like that. It's not ideal. We need to find better ways, but right now we've got to use these things, these tools that we have. I mean, I don't know, like, all I'm thinking right now is like things are getting really, really rough. And for targeted individuals, it's really impossible for us to even live in the normal world, right? So we need to fortify ourselves, and we need to figure out some ways to do some creative things with defenses for what's here, for what's already here, for how rough it is, you know? Yeah, Awaken World says, yeah, that's what I mean. So many need free, cheaper way to use protection. Definitely, definitely. That's tough, because I mean, the hard thing is this, that it's hard finding something that's like $100 that's going to work. So, you know, and even some more expensive stuff, you know, works pretty well. To find something that doesn't cost any money, that can be just given to everybody, and blocks the most sophisticated weaponry that the world has ever invented. You know, we can get close. We can, you know, find some things that are close that may cost a little bit of money, but like, I mean, just like just give me something for free that beats the high, you know, you know, we all just got to do our best, is what we should do. Swag Astronomer says, doesn't the truth discredit us to the normies? How can the truth discredit it? I mean, we got to break through conditioning. Everybody's about to, there's a bunch of people on the earth that are about to get murdered, like about to get genocided. A lot of people already have. So it's like, this is empire versus rebels. Like, we're the rebels, and we need to somehow, you know, still get sustenance and eat and have a place to stay. But the system is completely murderfied now. It wants to murder innocent people and track them and put vaccines that stop them from believing in God. I mean, we're getting to a point where it's like, this is war. But what is hard for people to realize is some of us can be in apartments and we have food and we can watch YouTube and things like that. That's how they're doing this war. They don't want people to be highly alerted. They don't want to send soldiers with guns in your community, because then everybody'd start fighting. They'd be like, I need to fight, right? So they said, well, what do we need to do to make it so that everybody doesn't think that they have to fight? Well, we'll just say there's a virus, and then we'll start rolling in things slowly, destroying people's businesses, making people commit suicide and things like that, while keeping this torture program going, where people are like, oh yeah, that's mental illness, because they've been telling us that for a long time, right? So we just have to, I think it gets so complicated at a certain point where you just got to say what's happening. I think people try and get too smart with it on some of these channels, and they end up talking about everything else besides what they wanted to talk about. You know, they wanted to talk about this thing that was maybe hurting them, and they just end up talking about everything else in the world. And that's an asymmetrical warfare win. They've gone on and talked about everything else in the world besides the biggest problem to them, right? The underlying issue of why their life is hard. Underlying issues in medicine, if you don't get the underlying issue, you will stay sick. You can take care of symptoms all day. You can take care of pain all day, but if you do not fix the underlying symptom, you have no chance of healing, right? And that's what they're trying to do to us. They're trying to hit us with all these stuff, and nobody talks about the underlying issues. I mean, a lot of people do. A lot of people talk about mind control, right? But people need to talk about it more. These underlying issues of our society is so sick. You have a sick society, guys, you're gonna have a lot of sick people, right? And you have a very, very sick society. And a lot of us, like, we're like, man, the world is just going evil. There's so many people out there that are just evil. The world's turning evil spiritually, but it's really a little bit more scientific than that. It's a sick world, sick. The way that we're doing things, the way that people aren't even talking about underlying issues is making them sicker. It makes sick people, and sick people get desperate about things, right? So we've got to do our best to just cut through it as best that we can, and try and take out these underlying issues. The only way that I see how, and it's still complicated. I mean, right, it's like I'm talking about stuff that should help, but there's always complications, right? There's some people who can't afford this stuff. It's like, oh man, what are you talking about? Nobody, but we still got to talk about for the people that can afford it. And then we got to, me and those people that can afford some of this stuff, maybe can help some of those people that can't afford it. And we can all speak out a little bit more so those other people can get help that can't afford it, right? So I understand all this stuff is pretty complicated, but you know, we're all one target individual making a YouTube channel or something. You do the best that you can. Many angles to the problems going on. I don't know, man. I mean, personally, like, honestly, like, and this isn't like I have a lot of trust in God, right? I'm like, man, is my life just supposed to all be shitty? But personally, I don't. The world's gonna turn into a new world order cesspit. I mean, it's going there. What I want to do is just give you guys some defenses so that y'all can, you can defend yourself, so you can think better. I don't see, this has been going on for so many years. Like this new world order stuff, experimentation, the poisoning of everybody, the conditioning, the propaganda, it's been going on for tens and tens of years to everyone, and nobody did anything about it. And I don't know how you got all these companies that have so much money, that I don't even want to say like, hey, you know, if we get out there, we can just turn it around. You know, we all do need to stand up and say no, but it's going to be, the empire exists now. Like the Star Wars empire exists, and just the rebels have to do what the rebels have to do. You know, I wish I could say I think it's all going to be corrected. I believe in God. I believe that we're going to go to heaven. I believe that there is a great God and good humans can help each other and stuff like that. But these New World Order guys, I mean, 2 million people in Australia are accepting a surveillance app, you know, and they're saying that 60% of the global population has to accept the surveillance app, these Google and Apple apps, for the, you know, for the medical thing to work, you know, for a virus that has 0.1% fatality rate. Like, people aren't already pouring out into the street, and there's a lot of protests, right? People are trying to do the right thing, right? But 0.1% fatality rate, and people, you've got the majority of the population still saying wear masks, you're going to kill people. They're still freaking out, right? So you got a lot of people that are brainwashed, maybe by frequencies, right? Maybe by, wideband frequencies, but they're so conditioned over the years to listen to authority. And authority wants to kill us. Like the authority in this world wants to kill us all. It wants to poison us. It wants to control us. It wants the humans that it keeps around to control their minds. So, just wish I could tell you all something more hopeful, but that's why I was trying to we need to fortify whoever can. And then Dave Case's CD is free, and I'm going to try and think of some better things that are free. But it's hard thinking of anything or finding things that work that cost a little bit of money. Even that's like impossible. Try finding stuff that's like doesn't cost any money. Jennifer says, Sheila, I believe they use the tech to manipulate our family members to not believe us and act strange. Most definitely. Most definitely. I think it's a in some of our families, it's like they're just targeted along with us. Like if we're around somebody, it's kind of a surveillance tree or a torture tree where like my dad started being tortured and almost died. Then my mom started being tortured just because they were around me. So sometimes they'll just remote neural manipulate or maybe even hurt your family just because you're around them. Unless of course, like your family's actually like involved in doing some of it. Lori Smith says, one time in Washington State, I went to a homeless camp and they followed me with a baby in a stroller. Yeah, they use those things, right, to make it look like they're just innocent. Or I've heard a lot of people who have been actually gang stalked by children cussing at them in New York. So a lot of parents let their children actually participate in this stuff. The children's. Yeah, Sheila says they still find us in the woods, Chip, and we glow in the dark. Yeah, they have surveillance where it's like you can take me and Slack TI were talking about this, where it's like, me and him both did this in our targeting where I took my phone out and everything that could have been tracked, and then I just walked out in the woods, right? Anything that was like that could have been like my credit cards, everything, my license, and I walk out in the woods for like a mile. I still heard B2K. So it's like they have a surveillance on you that's like, satellite based. And then it's like if you have an implant in your body, these redundant systems, right? But yeah, B2K like a mile out into the woods. I sometimes wonder, like I try and wonder, I wonder what are my attackers seeing, right? Like, so right now on this webcam, they have this pulled up, like they're at a remote platform, right? I have human operators and then some of it's automated, but they've pulled this up on their computer. My computer screen they have pulled up on their computer. If I turn my webcam off, but I still have it plugged into my computer, they can still get an image from that because all these new devices have these back doors to them, right? They have all these back doors. So right now my attackers have maybe 3 monitors or something like that. There's maybe 2 people, human operators, maybe one's just kind of sitting there on a shift, right? And they have like 3 monitors, and I don't know exactly, right? But I'm just saying this is what I think. And then one of them is like a black and white top down. It's like they're surveilling the area that I'm in, and it's like black and white. Basically, it's like kind of a heat map of me. Then one's a window for this. Then one's a window of my inner voice thoughts. Then one's a window of the actual words that I'm saying. Then one's a window of any visuals going through my head, right? And maybe some of those are in the same window, but they have these monitors where things are like your surveillance. And I always wondered, what's the top surveillance, right? How are they? And I think that it's satellite, and it's like it's through the wall radar where they're getting where I am, the location that I am. And it's like black and white. And that's from just general GPSing, probably from like actually, I don't know if it'd be from your brainwave frequency where they're positioning that, but definitely a GPS location. Now, if you don't want I think this is the case. If you look in the mirror, I think the remote neural monitoring can see through your eyes, right? So one window is that, but I don't think it's in color. I think what they're seeing through your eyes is, it probably is in color. Never mind. They've got a lot of windows seeing all that stuff, like monitoring all that stuff. And I think like your location is like black and white, like heat, kind of like a heat signature. So if you don't want your attackers like seeing a color image of you, because they can still see, if you look in the mirror, they would see a color image of you with the remote neural monitoring. If you don't want them to see like a color image of you, because I don't think the top-down surveillance is like in color, you should turn off your webcams, cover your webcam up on your computer, cover your camera on your phone, right? Both of those cameras on your phone, then they're going to be left with like basically a black and white heat image, and then whatever you're looking at. So if you look in the mirror, would be the only time they're getting a full color image of you. And I think I'm probably a little bit off on that, but that basically, that's it. If you don't want them seeing you in color, like a full picture of you, cover your cell phone camera, your computer camera, your webcam, anything. And then there might be cameras in the smart TVs though. So you got to kind of, I don't think I have a camera in my smart TV, but I'm not sure. Just there's so many ways they can surveil you though. But I think the general, like, so if I'm walking out to my car, right, my attackers have surveillance, and I'm pretty sure it's like a satellite surveillance, top down, and it's like a heat signature. It shows like a black and white heat signature. And then they also have a monitor for what I'm looking at too, all these readouts. So what was I talking about? Where was I in the defense stuff? Got way off track here. Awaken World says put link in the chat. What link, Awaken World? What was I talking about? Yeah, aluminum foil works. Tansy says I'll own aluminum foil. Yeah, if you can't afford anything else, definitely get some aluminum foil, but make sure to put it like over a cloth hat or rubber or something like that. There's tons of stuff, guys. Like I'm trying to find like a good starter thing, but it costs the least amount of money. The less EMF headgear costs too much. That kind of stuff, if you can get something copper fabric, I think is going to be like the best, and it won't look so bad. Like an aluminum hat and stuff like that, it just looks, you got to have all this aluminum and stuff like that. And I think we can do better. I think with copper we can do better. I got way off. I don't know which one I was on here. Okay, so I would say, and this is another one, right? This is another one that it's expensive, right? But this is actually recommended by a doctor who knows about targeting. And this is for the remote neural manipulation. It's a very specific noise canceling frequency that goes to the inner ear. If you do have some source of income that you live off of and eat and live, then I would try and maybe save up to get some of these. Guys, like I've been really creative. I have Social Security, and I've been pretty creative in buying some of the, like saving it up and maybe not buying such expensive foods, or, we do have to be creative on it. There's some cheaper things. Maybe I'll do this one with some ideas of like, if you do have the money, I would definitely save up to get these. This really do. They were like $80 on the bottom. Now they're 150, but the gray Britsco noise canceling hearing aids. And then maybe what I'll do, maybe somebody else should do that, because like I'm trying to get away from I just don't want all the crazy crap, like the aluminum foil in my head and stuff. So I was just trying to give people some ideas if we could streamline some defenses. I don't think I could go back to some of that, because I've gotten enough of a bearable situation with some of these, so I wouldn't want to go back to any kind of, I remember those days, man. I can go back to some of those videos, those big space helmet, aluminum foil thing. I still have a big pile of aluminum to the side here that I built that Faraday cage in. We're gonna talk about that. That does cost, like, to get a grow tent, it's like $200, and then you can put some stuff around it. So these are just ideas. Maybe we can think of some cheaper things based off of these ideas. But I think with this one, it's a specific noise canceling hearing aid. If you have remote neural manipulation, you get both of them for like 150. The Brits go 702 hearing amplifier for adults to aid in hearing and lifestyle. So the gray ones, I get the gray ones. Those little, I bought some other ones that were a little bit more expensive and they didn't work. They didn't work as well. So these really work well. And Dr. Hoffer said, yeah, that's definitely the kind I would get. And I'll put this link in the chat. That one looks good. They're really expensive though. So just for people who can save up, this for the remote neural manipulation is really important. This stops the high-pitched ringing sound in the ears and also helps with like any kind of like artificial anxiety, artificial depression, visuals, things like that. Not 100% though, but it tones in, especially tones down nervous system pain. Like my attackers do a lot of the nervous system pain here when I'm wearing these, like really, really tones down on them. Yeah, Jennifer Burns says we need help so badly by doctors and experts, even if it's stopped. Yeah. Yeah, Slack TI says Jennifer, especially to overcome the CPTSD we are let up on and can actually start to heal. You can heal. We got to kind of learn how to heal while we're being still attacked, right? And that's what some of the defenses can help you with. It's like, because my attackers aren't just like stopping, right? So I have to find some way to buffer and attenuate it out and then heal while this is going on. We can't wait, guys. It's something that I got to tell you just straight up. We cannot wait. You can't wait for experts and doctors to help us. We want that. We're fighting for that, but you cannot wait. Like it's something that I'd say very urgently, and I'd say it straight from the heart. You cannot wait. You need to help yourself. Like we cannot wait for the public, because especially with all this other stuff going on. And like, I'm not trying to be hopeless or anything like that. I hope that doctors tomorrow get on TV and say like, oh, well, people have been targeted and we want them to come to our medical offices and we're going to give them free support and we know how to block it. Like, I want that, guys, but you can't wait. Like, we can't wait for them, man. They're trying to hit the public wave after wave after wave, and we have got to do this. We've got to use some of these ways. This is a brilliant method. Dr. Hoffer like told this other lady about it and me. He was the one who actually saw some of the Cuban embassy workers, right, that were hit by this stuff. This is what he walked over to a diagram of the inner ear and he said, you're getting remote neural manipulation. This is the inner ear nerve, part of your vestibular system, and the frequency is hitting this on the inner ear, and then it's going to your brain for remote neural manipulation. So this is an expert, guys, Dr. Hoffer, right? Dr. Michael Hoffer, an expert, telling me one of the methods in which remote neural manipulation is the frequency that goes from the inner ear to the brain back, creates this feedback loop, right? Now this attenuates it, you know. And actually, I have to say this, right? Because I know it's $150 right here. It's cheap for what it's done for me. And you know, you can ask Stacy and some other target individuals. That's cheap. Cheap for, it's not cheap, right? It's $150, but for what it's done for my life, how it's made me able to cope a lot better, and it's like cut the intensity more than in half of the remote neural manipulation stuff. $150 is cheap. I'd say it's like more important than buying food. Not more important than buying food. I can't say that. You got to eat and stuff like that. But I'm saying like you can buy some of these and some little batteries, and it's gonna change the way your targeting feels. It's gonna change the way your targeting feels. So I just want to say that. I know, man. We're all hope we need experts and doctors and court cases going through, but don't wait, man. Don't wait. That's just a sincere thing. So I guess that's number 4. All right, so we have Dave case CD, we have grounding, we have head and neck blocking. You can find things in the hat, passive shielding like that. but especially the balaclava. So that's number 4. Then this was number 4. Balaclava, the noise canceling hearing aids. Now, the last thing I would say, it's pretty cheap and it's comprehensive. It'll help you with external hits and the remote neural manipulation, and it's a layer, right? So I'd say this is like the 5th thing, right? There's a lot of other stuff we need to use, but if somebody was just like, what would you start out with, right? These would be the 5, right? And the 5th one would be this. The 5th one would be this Schumann resonator. I got 2 of them on me. I think we do in the future. We need to have some kind of funding. There's so many targeted individuals. That's the problem with that. It's like we could do a fund to get like 10 targeted individuals, some starter defense stuff. There's just millions of targeted individuals, tens of thousands of targeted individuals on YouTube. You know, we need more ideas like that. See, the main one though, the main one is if you can't work and you have like how are you living? Like how do you buy food and stuff like that? Because I know everybody has to like buy. I know there's like homeless target individuals, and that's a whole different story. But if like you're living in a home and you buy food and stuff like that, like maybe something like just take a little bit of money out every 2 months, right? Like don't think about buying all this stuff, right? So this is the Schumann wave resonator, very, very small, and it creates a little field, right? It's pushing out a little Schumann resonator field. It's a field that frequency field your body needs anyway. It's a frequency field your body needs anyway. And you can just put it in your pocket. I have one here in this pocket and one down here. Now it's way better. Like, you know, I had the 401k from Dell when I had to stop working. Well, I tried to keep working through my targeting, but I eventually had to stop. I took a lot of that money and I bought those Q-Wave defenders. This is way better. This is like 5 times the power of Q-Wave defender. Used to be $35. The problem too, guys, another problem that I'm seeing is some of these things like the noise canceling hearing aids, the Schumann resonator, some of the less EMF stuff. It starts out like I'll buy it and it's a lot less expensive, but there's supply and demand, right? So people start learning that these things do help. They start buying them more, and the price goes up. So that's another problem we have to deal with, because we've got like a lot of these things. I think that it's you know, we've got the companies and the ex-military, the contractors, and these agencies that are actually doing this to us. And then what they're doing is they're playing both sides. And I think the guy who owns Q-Wave, there's an Israeli company doing some USB type thing, not USB Smart Shield, but another one. And so there's like people that are, you know, creating corporations to make these defenses to give us enough to like kind of help a little bit, but not save our lives, right? And I think they're doing that on some of these, you know, some of these items. But this is really good. Stacy found this. It really works well. 7.83 hertz Schumann resonance. You can start out with one of them. And that's expensive. It was $35, which is way better. But yeah, this would be in the 5. So this would be the 5. Dave KC, then grounding. You know, get you 2 straps there. 2 or 3, I'd go 3, but if you maybe can't afford that, just get 2 straps. Then the headgear, any kind of headgear, we can make that stuff for cheap, right? Just make sure if you're using aluminum, make sure if you're using aluminum, put rubber or plastic in between, right? Or some kind of fabric. Like say you're gonna do an aluminum foil thing here, make sure that you're using some kind of fabric in between. You don't want it touching your skin, because your attackers can like put an electromagnetic frequency on it that makes it like kind of actually conduct it, right? Because it conducts and reflects. Aluminum foil conducts and reflects. So this I really recommend. We'll go through some other ones, but I just want to basically do this top 5, you know, and go ahead and put it in my playlist for people who just, and you know, even if you can't get all these things, and I'm not saying don't get them all at once, right? I didn't get all this stuff at once, but go through them. It can give us ideas. It can give us some ideas for, you know, for less expensive stuff. I do want to show you all this real quick. I found this really interesting, and this is pretty cheap. Now this is, you know, that guy Daniel I was telling you about. He was on the Fullerton Informer the other day. Hold on one second. Okay, so okay, awesome, man. So that's a free. Nicholas Hamlin put a free download of the Dave Case CD in chat. I'm glad they keep putting that up because they keep taking it down. Like it was on it was on SoundCloud, and then they put it up somewhere else, like on a tinnitus forum. They took those both down. It really, really works, guys. That's free, right? And that can help a lot with the remote neural manipulation, the mind stuff. That's free, right? So, and it's the best defense I've found, and it's the freest defense I've found. So, if nothing else, if you can't afford anything else, please get Dave Case CD, and then you can go from there. And then grounding, there should be some cheaper stuff that you can do with like aluminum foil, and you could get like a grounding alligator clip. So there's probably some cheap stuff that we can do with grounding. Those are two of the most important ones, and they're the most cheapest. They're the cheapest. Rev311 Micron says the whole split personality thing is MK Ultra and demonic possession. Someone who has dissociated identity disorder, what NPD is now called, is a host for a legion of spirits. Yeah, dude. Puppy Glasses TI says, imagine how much money those. They're like all of us are walking around and we're worth millions of dollars in research. Worth millions of dollars in research. These corporate, the millimeter wave thing at the airport. A lot of these new. Oh man, I forgot there was some new device that just came out, and it's like you put the headphones on, but it's connected to like a speaker that's like bone conduction to your body, where you can feel the sound. Where do you think all that stuff comes from? Like there's so many different angles of consumer products and medical things that are coming off from our targeting, from targeted individuals, all up and I mean back to like really till World War II in the concentration camps. But then it started to come to Russia and America through Project Paperclip. The experimentation that they've done on us, and I'm not even talking about what's it called? I mean, loss of having a job, right? That time you could have had a job, pain and suffering, mental anguish, and all those things. I'm talking about just like what they're getting out of us, what they're getting out of experimentation on our brains and our bodies. We're worth millions of dollars. If you can get an implant in your hand, like if you can get a surgeon to help you, and you do have an implant, you need to get that and get a lawyer and get in court. That's what I'm going to be trying to do. Just not 100%. I'm pretty close to 100% that I have an implant in my nasal patch. Sinus cavity. Yeah, Jennifer Burns says they owe us millions and no amount can make up for the damage they have done. Yeah, Jennifer Burns says we are treated worse than murderers and war prisoners. Ralph Brugette says feels good to listen to other TIs. Yeah, man, we got to stick together, and it's going to get tougher though. It's going to get a lot tougher through this targeted individual, like me being a targeted individual and us fighting to get this stopped. I'm battling this because I come on and I'm like, we just need to do this, and then we can get our freedom and stop with what's going on the globe. To come on a YouTube channel and be like, well, we just need to do this, and this, we're going to fix it. I'm just going to start coming on and putting out information, and then individually, like the targeted individuals and just people who face injustice that come to my YouTube channel, we need to start individually making our lives better, and not really expecting too much from society. Like this is everybody that's basically paid for by all the corporations and politicians. They are rolling along, and they're traders. They are selling humanity out so that their family can be okay for right now. And there's so many of them, you know, so many cops that are like, you know, F your freedoms, right? F your freedoms. You need to, you know, people are going to be killed from CV-19. You need to lose your business and, you know, become an alcoholic and commit suicide. There's so many people who've just sold out because they want to get on the right side. And there is no right side. There is a right side. The people who fight for freedom and humanity, right? Like, but there's so many people that the system's using them, and they're trying to get on that right side. And those are the people that we need, like doctors. A lot of doctors, you know, are doing evil stuff and implanting people and lying. I mean, you guys see what they're doing. You know, they get money if they say people died from CV. So they're lying about somebody dying of CV to get money for their hospital or money for themselves, and they're betraying the whole human race. And they're doctors. They're supposed to save lives. So we've got this problem on the globe of people, you know, this side fighting this side and betraying, you know. So I don't know, you know, I don't know. Lots of protests are going to have to happen. We just do have to just stand up. But it's a big concern on top of, you know, targeting, on top of an experimental program that everybody just doesn't even want to admit exists. It's the most dangerous, most injustice that's ever been done to humans ever in human history. And people just don't want to hear about it. And they also want to punish us for talking about it, how it's affecting us and how they're murdering. They want to, you know, punish us and say, oh, you're crazy and stuff like that. You know, so I don't have a lot of hope for what the top does is it manipulates people through money and things. And there was this tribe of monkeys one time, and they introduced money. They introduced money into the monkey system, and the money could buy things like bananas and stuff like that. The male monkeys immediately started murdering each other, and the female monkeys immediately started going into prostitution to get more money. Like, seriously, those studies have been done, and I just see humanity, we're being treated like that tribe of monkeys, where they make people do evil stuff by giving them things, lollipops and prizes. And, you know, and if something's not going to get them more money or, you know, more of what they want, then why are they going to, you know, it's really bad. It's really bad what's happened to humanity. There's always hope though. And there's always hope through God and benevolent agents of God. It's just humans have been corrupted. You have a sick society. People are going to be sick. So I don't know. It's like, I just, when I hear targeted individuals, like, we need experts and doctors, and it's like, we can't wait on these people. We can't wait on these experts and doctors to help us out, you know. Yeah, but Dr. Michael Hoffer, you know, has helped us out. James U. Dorn is speaking out about this. He's a doctor. More doctors are. Dr. Horton, right? I just wouldn't wait on it. We need it, and I hope it happens tomorrow. But trying, you know, these things aren't impossible to attenuate, and that's really what I want to bring across. Like, this targeting, what's happening to us, like, if I wasn't defending myself, like, I'd be a vegetable by now. But because I've you know, defended and learned these things, and it may feel a certain way to your body because it's manipulation of the nervous system of the brain. So it may feel this way where it's like, noise canceling hearing aids, Dave Case CD, that's not going to do anything. My whole body's on fire. This hit me from every angle. What's that thing to my inner ear going to do? But you'd be surprised, right? It feels a certain way. You start using some things that you'll be very surprised, right? That's my, if you don't get anything from my channel, that would be the message, is start using some things and you'll be very surprised. grounding, Dave Case CD, noise canceling hearing aids, especially block our ears and our head and then eyes, right? So look at Daniel. I'm not gonna play this whole video. And I'm pretty sure Daniel's a targeted individual.
Okay, guys.
So look at his glasses. And why does he wear those yellow glasses? You think it's just to look cool? It's not. Those yellow glasses, and also Robert Stanson talked about this long before too. He's wearing yellow glasses because it's actually a polarized lens, and it blocks all these different wavelengths of light, right? Especially photonic energy. Photonic energy is an electromagnetic frequency. So we all need to, I'm going to try this. I haven't tried it yet, but what it can do, because your eyes and your ears are your vestibular system. So my attackers, most of y'all's attackers, they're probably doing a stream of energy conducted along the skin to your inner ear, or microwaves to the brain to send a signal to the inner ear. But then also, my attackers have also hit me in the eyes a lot. And right now I can't feel anything going to my eyes, but they also hit my body and my vestibular system with things that you can't feel the heat of it. So these yellow glasses, I think, are a very, very good idea. They're not too expensive. Let me show y'all. This wouldn't block your ears or your head or anything like that, but it would make your attackers have to move if they're hitting you in the eyes. So I'm getting these. I ordered a pair of these right here. Best night driving glass for clear sight professional review. I think they were 20 bucks. And then there's all these different kinds. And so you might not feel it, but a lot of your remote neural manipulation in the night sometimes, right? Like, and this is a while back, maybe like 2 years ago. No, probably more like a year and a half ago. Time seems like, it seems like 1 year has been like 10 years. But I would go to sleep and I'd wake up and it'd feel like my eyes had just, like, all the way to the middle of my head had been cooked. And so they were trying to like get that pathway to lock into the eye nerves, right? You got ear nerves and eye nerves that go through your optic nerves. And you got ear nerves and eye nerves that go from your inner ear nerves, right? So I had this period of time where they were just like they were just frying my eyeballs in microwaves, right? And it was torturous, but they were also trying to get in tune with those vestibular nerves that go to the brain. So now I don't really feel a lot. I can feel a little bit of heat, but they're doing a lot of the remote neural manipulation through signals to the eyes, actually. You got a lot of things like the 5G towers and LED lights now that use photonic energies that are gonna freaking put ideas into people's heads. It's gonna be a form of mind control and subliminal messaging. So these are super important. That Daniel guy knows a lot about a lot of stuff. So I just wanted to show y'all, I'm gonna try these and I'll make a video about, like, if they're helping or not. But we do need to block our eyes, especially when we sleep. Yeah. Nicholas Hamlin says, watch Stagnant SG1, Double Secret. They are telling the whole story, but the names have been slightly changed, told in a parallel fashion. TI should be able to discern. Yeah, we got to use spiritual discernment, guys. But I think the big thing now, yeah, Nicholas says that gang stalking show is amazing. Oh, wow, I'm way behind in the chat. Huh. Wow, I'm way behind. I was like way behind in chat. Yeah, that guy is he's really cool. He has a lot of evidence. He's a good guy. He's getting really frustrated with it too. But see, the thing is, he has like 5,000, I think he has like 5,000 subscribers. He talks about exactly what not exactly what I talk about. We're both targeted individuals, and we talk about, electronic torture. We talk about being gang stalked and stuff like that. Now, if YouTube was playing fair, right? If YouTube had any logic at all, I'd be getting his videos because I'm already subscribed to him. So since I'm subscribed to him, his videos will be coming up in the recommendations, right? But I haven't for months. I have not been recommended any of his videos, and I just happened to stumble upon them today. And I'm subscribed to him. Like I've been subscribed to him for years. So YouTube is purposefully, it's purposely shadow banning every targeted individual, even Dr. Horton and even Ella, which they have a big number of subscribers for many different reasons, but it's still shadow banning them, you know? Shadow banning, censoring us, and hiding other people's videos from other TIs. They don't want us all connected, right? That's why we've got to be like, I put out Miss Fahi's testimony the other day, and I think I'm going to be doing that more. I think if I see a targeted individual's video that's really good, I'm just going to post it and give the link for their video. And I think we all need to do that. We all need to be this node, right? And if we see another target individual's video, posting it on your channel doesn't mean you're trying to steal their content. Just put their information under it. Make sure people are going to their channel. Posting their video on your channel is getting them more subscribers. So there's this whole thing with YouTube where it's like, just use your original content. But no, we're past that. We're in a war where if somebody's information is useful, you need to use your YouTube video and post it up there. And like, I know that it's mirrored someplace else. It's on their channel and you're putting it on your channel, but we're not thinking of YouTube how we should. We're not thinking of YouTube as a communications channel in a war for our lives. We're thinking of it as, well, it's a social media platform and I just need to have my little information over here, and then other people and we'll all just drive in our own lanes. Like that's how YouTube is now. People do go on each other's live streams and stuff like that. I guess you gotta kind of do it that way, but I think that what the deal is, if I put another target individual's video on mine, I'm not trying to steal their content or just for fast views or something like that. I want to give them subscribers. We need to start thinking of things in different ways, because the way that social media works, it's conditioning. It's conditioning us to think about information in a certain way. And who owns YouTube? Google. And who runs Google all the way up to the Pentagon and above decides what's censored and what's not, you know? So they're going to try and condition the flow of information, not only information, but how do people put information out and how do people take in information? They're controlling all of that, you know? So we got to start breaking barriers, guys. Start breaking barriers without stuff. Make sure that we're talking about somebody's channel, getting them views and stuff like that if you agree with them. So these yellow glass, I think, would be a good idea. I'm going to try them, and I'll let y'all know. Let's see what else. Also, this. I don't use these much, but I have them. Let's call it. And Brian too recommends these. A lot of targeted individuals recommend these aftershocks, bone conduction headphones. You put them right here that go over the ears. How much are these? Currently unavailable. These are really good. I don't use them as much as I should because I have the noise canceling hearing aids, right? And it's hard to put them on with the hearing aids. And I need to use them a bit more because it's conducting a certain vibration, which means frequency, into the inner ear and through the bone, which a lot of the V2K, some of the V2K and stuff like that can be bone conduction. So it's really, really good, especially with the Schumann resonance. I couldn't hear the V2K for a while. And then it's like I kind of forget to use the bone conduction headphones. Like I've kind of just like, I'll just put it, I kind of put it out, not me putting it out on mine, but I think I'm actually remote neural manipulated not to use them much. I'm probably going to use them some more. I would recommend getting wired, like getting the wired kind. There's a wireless kind. There's a wireless kind, but I wouldn't get anything wireless. I would not get anything that you put around your ears, like headphones or anything. I wouldn't use the wireless because anything wireless is going to be a transceiver. So you're going to have a transceiver. If you get wireless headphones of any kind or earbuds or anything like that, there's a little transceiver in them. Yeah, Catherine Horton. No, she's been doing, Lori Smith says, I thought Catherine Horton disappeared from YouTube. She did like 2 videos. She did, yeah, okay, yeah. Dr. Horton did a very important video with Kirk Wiebe and Bill Binney like 2 days ago. So y'all need to go check that out. I think they're continuing with the survey idea. And she's taking affidavits for the London court case. And then I'm not too sure about what Targeted Justice is doing, or Targeted in America, but I need to just do my affidavit anyway. I've been working on it for a while, but I keep kind of putting it off and not finishing because I just don't have a lot of hope in a court case, but I need to just do it. I need to just do it and get it over to Targeted Justice. Mo Smith said, oh crap, Vulcan Wolverine triggered that song when you said I am on fire. And I am, think of that song, that girl is on fire. Wonder if that is an indirect joke towards others. Vulcan Wolverine with their sick inside jokes. When did I say I'm on fire? Oh, like when being targeted. Tansy says, Kyle, why do they choose the left eye? Is there a connection in it that the right eye doesn't have? You know, I think it could be for the same reason. I get a lot of the pain on my left side, but some people get most of their stuff on the right side. So different protocols can be working different sides, right? But I know your vagus nerve is on the left side, right? You don't have a vagus nerve on your right side. And your vagus nerve is the main superhighway to all your organs, your lungs, and your brain, and everything. So I think that a lot of target, and this is why I say this stuff about like putting the grounding straps on your left leg. I think a lot of targeted individuals are getting vagus nerve stimulation. You know, they might be like, if they're hitting you, sometimes it's just like, this is the thing, right? They might be hitting you in the left eye to torture you, and it may be kind of building up a connection, but it's not always to do that, right? So sometimes they're just hitting you in the left eye to hurt you with a microwave. Right? Sometimes they're hitting you in both eyes and they're trying to kind of hook into that nerve, but sometimes they're just trying to torture you, right? So they could be trying to do different things if it's with that left eye. So many different protocols and so many different things that these people do, and the automated system does. I can't forget to say that a lot because I'm thinking that, but like, yes, I mean, a lot of this is just your manually will be put in, and then it will become automated and will be done to you, you know, if it really bothers you. Yeah, Nicholas, that's just what I was saying. Like Nicholas said, it's not about stealing content, it's about spreading the message to a much wider audience than even a high level channel could possibly reach, right? Because they're not going to let us become high level. Like even the biggest, well, I mean, Dr. Horton has a big channel, and I realize I've seen a lot of her German language videos have like tens of thousands of views. So I think she gets a lot of German viewers. Like I think there's a lot of and I think that it's maybe censored differently in Germany. I mean, she has a great channel, and she's you know, goes on radio shows, and she's very smart, so she has a lot of viewers. But I was just thinking, like, you know, for American target, it just, I don't know, maybe it has nothing to do with that, but I know that we're censored a lot, and I think that if we're talking about the experimentation or making sense, and it's somebody who like Michael Barden or Ella Free or that gang stalking show, their channel is going to be censored. They'll get up to like 5,000 subscribers, but it's not going to catch. It's not going to catch up in the algorithms. It takes a lot of work every video, and a lot of spreading the word around, right? So we can bypass that by just putting people's, you know, like a testimonial video, so people go to their channel, builds their channel up, then like we can all build each other up, you know. I'm thinking that it has to eventually, they have to start letting us go on YouTube. Like when more people know about millimeter wave and stuff like that, and they've got too much stuff to censor, some of our stuff might be slipping by, you know. I know we're heavily censored. I know we're heavily censored. Like, and you can make, I mean, that's why I really like now want to make a bunch of like edited videos that would like in regular YouTube land would go viral, right? I want to do something like that, you know, with targeted individuals and kind of test the waters and see, you know, maybe see how much we're censored. We're also dealing with, you know, complete censorship coming in, like complete censorship about everything. That if you're not, you know, if you're talking about anything against the left or anything about the CV virus not, you know, not being what they say it is, you can get your channel taken down, and they're just going to keep doing it more and more because Google owns YouTube, you know. So a lot of people are going to what's it called, D Live, all those other ones, D Live. I can never remember the name. BitChute. So I might go there. I don't know. We just got to try and get everybody's information out. What's the Charles Hall says they are $90. What's $90, Charles? Hey, you're welcome. Thank you, Slack TI. Slack TI says, thanks, Kyle, for facilitating this awesome company and putting out helpful information to us to hopefully find some personal relief. That's some special stuff. I appreciate it. And man, I understand, guys, that it costs a lot of money. Just the way that I did it, you know, with me is every month I'd maybe have like $30 put aside or something like that. This was after I spent all my 401k at Dell, you know, and I had a job, and then I just had Social Security after I had to leave my job because of targeting, and I just find a creative way to save a little bit of money every month, you know, find a creative way to get money with Social Security. So we're owed it. Like, it's not like you're like, I know a lot of people, they're like, oh, well, I don't want to get Social Security because it's like, I'm not working for that money. But this in my family, like my grandma, like, I'm like, yeah, grandma, I have to be on Social Security. And she's like, yeah, and my taxes are paying for you. Like, and she's like, just basically calling me a lazy POS. That really hurts. But like what we're going through, we're being tortured to death. Our brains are being manipulated. We are owed millions of dollars for the research that they've done and what they're doing with the research on our brains and our bodies. It's unforgivable and unbelievable. And to get some Social Security, at least $1,000 a month, you've earned it. Like, you've more than earned it. You are owed. You are owed by the American government, or whatever country you're in. You're owed by that government, because the American government, even though it's like they have plausible deniability, they have directed energy caucuses where these senators and representatives can research more and understand that there's human experimentation going on. There's no doubt that they fund this with taxpayer dollars. They give money to black budget programs, and our government is accountable for this. You know, they don't do it directly, but agencies, you know, fund contractors that actually have ex-agency workers to go run those contractors to actually do the manufacturing and then the training, research, and development on us. So it's indirectly, you know, they want to make it indirect, so it's not directly a government worker doing the torture, but still our government is accountable. They're accountable, and they owe us way more than $1,000 a month. Like, I mean, just do whatever you have to do to get assistance. Like, if you're homeless watching this, you need to apply for Social Security. You need to apply to get as much money, food stamps, Social Security, anything you can get. And like, I know a lot of target managers will be like, why are you telling everybody to get on Social Security? If you're targeted like me, you need to get on Social Security, and you need some kind of income. And it, you know, I think some people are maybe worried about, like, well, maybe they'll label me crazy to get Social Security, and then it'll be hard later, right? Like, when this is over, when we stop being targeted, then you know, then I'll be labeled crazy and it'll be harder to get a job. But don't worry about that. Don't worry about that right now. You need to worry about surviving right now. You don't need to worry about 10 years. I hope tomorrow, right? Like, I don't want to be hopeless, because a lot of crazy things happen, right? A lot of crazy things happen that I'm like, whoa, how'd that happen? But we've got to prepare, and you need to get as much money as you can out of your government. If you're a target individual, you are owed way more than that. And who gives an F what anybody thinks, because you're being tortured and they aren't helping us. So they can call us layabout, whatever, but this is a real situation, and we've earned millions of dollars. Not earned it, but we just, we deserve that. If I wasn't targeted, and like, I think I was targeted when I was like born or when I was like 10, I have like millions of dollars and a family, a career, so they owe me a lot more than that. We're going to get a lot more out of them, hopefully. Dude, we're going to have a huge rebellion, and we're going to take down everything. that's what we're going to do. Puppy Glasses TI says, bone conduction headphones hit the cochlea directly through vibrations, much like V2K. Yeah, so it's like vibrating the bone and then up to the cochlea, and it's affecting the inner ear. Yeah, the inner ear is like the most important part that you can work on it first, because that's one of the major points of electromagnetic pulses from microwave hearing, from the outside, from conduction along the skin to the brain for remote neural manipulation. Oh, I'm getting tired, guys. My mom just called me. Jennifer Burns says, my left side is worse too, Kyle. It's probably because of vagus nerve stimulation. Definitely. I would say almost, if it's mostly your left side, then they're definitely doing some stimulation to the brain, and then it's stimulating the vagus nerve to send signals to the brain. Like, so mine's pretty much a lot left side. Still get pain all over the body, right? Entire nervous system. But gosh, I really tried the grounding. Get the grounding straps on your left leg. See, it could change everything. Like, it could change everything. And I didn't know that would work. I don't understand the science behind an artificial signal running up, down, and up the vagus nerve. Like, I didn't think you could put grounding on the outside of your leg and somehow ground out that artificial signal, but it works somehow. Like, it somehow works. And maybe it has to do with like a conductivity of the skin. And then Dave K's CD, because Dave K's CD affects the vagus nerve stimulation, and then the hearing aids, and the hearing aids also. Hey, APB says, I somehow get 5 hours a night. The rest is laying there. True. Yeah. I got 12 hours. Like, I usually get like 7 hours or something like that with Dave Case's CD. My attackers have gotten used to that, but I switched it up. Like, I fell asleep with my noise canceling hearing aids in, and I actually had some vivid dreams that I'm not sure if it was complete directed dreaming. It seemed like they were manipulating my dreams, but when I woke up, I could remember my dreams, which I haven't been able to do in a long time. With Dave K's CD. It's like I'll sleep 7 hours and it feels like 30 minutes. But this time with the noise canceling hearing aids, I switched it up. I slept for 12 hours and it felt like 12 hours. It really felt kind of like 8 hours or something like that. But my sleep's not good. I woke up and I was like, there's no way I'll be able to do video today, because the middle of my body and the middle of my head felt caved in and just pulsed in. But when you stand up, you notice when you get up, like from sleeping, you start to feel better. It's because your blood flow is balancing through your body. When you sleep, your blood flow is going, all these nerves and everything they use to send electromagnetic pulses to your brain. It's like all the blood's flowing there, so it gets really, really intense. Mostness says Granny is from a different generation, not advanced tech warfare, and they believe you work through the pain. So trying to have patience with Granny. Yeah, I love her. I love her, Mo. I love my grandma. I love my mom. I'm about to have to call my mom back. I think she's in town or something. No, I love them, but my grandma gets mean to me. Like, she thinks that I'm like taking advantage of my mom, and that I'm just lazy, and like, she loves my brother, like, and she loves me, but like, she wants me to get a job and just shut up about all this stuff. People don't understand how intense it is. It's a war every second of the day. Like just to even have your own thoughts, and like for you not to just have to go lay down all day. And then it's like sometimes you can't even lay down because you're just being hit in the groin and everywhere else. People don't understand how intense it is because they can't see it, right? Like I'm sitting here, like I look okay, right? Like I have intense pain over here right now. I do defend some of it, so that makes it, a little bit better. But like if you go outside, people, you just look, yeah, hey, looks like a human being. They don't see any color streams of energy going in us, or like a bullet with blood coming out of it. People have to see those things to think that you're going through anything. And that's why this period of the human existence is so dangerous, because there's so many things that you cannot see, and they are very damaging to the body, and whole infrastructures are being built, and they're just telling the public, oh, it's 5G consumer technology. No, no. And they have people that come out on YouTube and say, yeah, 5G isn't dangerous at all. I saw this article that some other paid agent read and or wrote, and it says 5G is not dangerous. I want to believe that 5G is not dangerous. It's so dangerous. And then they have on the other side, they have active denial systems with people running around a park being cooked by millimeter wave, and they make sure that that information is copyrighted so nobody can send that information out. So they hide any kind of information that would say, yes, this is really dangerous. These studies, they even lied to Congress, the people who, I forgot what telecom company they work for, but they lied to the congressman, and they said there's no studies on 5G. There's tons of studies on 5G. They just don't want to release any of the information because most of the scientists will not lie for them. The ones that will lie for them, their studies don't make any sense. And they probably don't even want to put those out. So, it's bad. It's really bad, guys. If I was not, I was thinking about this. If you guys want to hear how I should feel, if I wasn't mind controlled and so tired from the torture, like for these past 2 decades and more than that, go to Jeff Censor's channel. He screams all the time. Like he screams and he's trying to yell at people to wake up and stuff like that. It's bad like that. Everything is really bad like that. I just don't have enough energy. Like 2 decades of like severe torture to my mind, my body. And I'm just like, well, got to put out some useful information for everybody. My attacker's like hit me in the middle of the back right now. He has some good information about the surveillance stuff, but they took it down. Like he did a 4-hour live stream, and it was about all the contact tracing and the Clinton Foundation saying they need to hire people, and then people were going to basically be surveillance agents, but it's because of the CV-19, right? Puts out a lot of good information. I sometimes wonder though, I'm like, and this wouldn't be the only angle, but were we targeted so that at this point in time, because I keep saying if I wasn't targeted right now, I would be out on the steps of my local government. Like I would be looking up really important stuff and like, doing it really smart for probably not targeting, but probably everything else that was going on in society. And I'm like, well, I'm targeted, so I've got to talk about this, which is way more important, but I don't have enough energy to do a lot of stuff. And I'm just like, was that a huge reason why they torture target individuals for so long so that we couldn't act and, we couldn't have enough energy to do things during this time that we wanted to? No, we just got to do it anyway. Nicholas Hamlin says the tower emitter is the dangerous part. Phased array, yes, steerable beam, 60 gigahertz resonant frequency of oxygen. The 5 gigahertz of the devices are no worse than 2.4 gigahertz. H2O resonant tower is the weapon. So the tower is the weapon. The tower emitter is the dangerous part, the phased array. The 5 gigahertz of the devices are no worse than the 2.4 gigahertz. Like the devices that we have in our homes, I hear some of those are really dangerous too. And Nicholas says, does anybody else chew fingernails for relief or distraction? I'll do this. Like when I get nervous, I'll kind of peel my fingernails off. Like that. Can't chew. I can't chew. I used to chew my fingernails, but all this stuff in my jaw hurts. So I can't chew those. Yeah, okay, so Nicholas Samuel says the through-the-wall radar is on the light post, scanning radar. Yeah. And a lot of it's photonic energy. Like there's things that are certain gigahertz range where it's light energy. It's light energy you can't see. Like you can't even see it. It's not hot, and it's photonic energy. And it lights up certain nanotechnology, or it can connect with the nervous system, right? So it's like they're using all these things that are a little bit more advanced than just microwave, right? That's why I want to learn more about scalar wave, because I just think scalar waves are being used. Yeah, APB says, I don't know what I would have done finding out so young. TI from birth, but just got it 4 years ago. Yeah, dude. I found out in 2011, and found out in 2011, but I'm looking back, and my autoimmune disorder when I was 10, kind of just flaring up at 10. I think I had something either put in me when I was like 10, or when I was born, I had something put in me that wasn't turned on until I was like 10 years old. And then it was different phases. Let me show you guys this. I'll put all this stuff, and it's just ideas. I know that a lot of us can't afford. I can't afford any of this stuff anymore. I mean, I bought a lot of it already when I did have money, and like I'd save up money. Got to be creative and try and find a way to make money. I'm about to have. That's one thing for me. It's like, YouTube wasn't even paying me any money anyway. But I mean, I made money from advertisements throughout like I think 6 years or something. I made like $400. But I'm gonna have to get creative and actually have my Social Security. But I'm gonna have to do something else. And if you can, PayPal.me/Vulcan Wolverine. It would much be appreciated. Just not if you're a target individual who can barely buy food. But if you do have a job and you do like what I do, please think about maybe $20 or something like that would really help me out. Okay, so here's this thing. I'm thinking about a Patreon, but I want to give people and do a $1 tier, and then do, I don't know. I think even if I do a Patreon, I'd still have to get another job anyway. I'm still thinking about it. Let's just focus on what I'm doing here. That would be a good. That's a lot of my remote neural manipulation. I used to be very, very focused. Like when I didn't know I was targeted. Before 2011, even when I was still targeted, I was still kind of focused. Now it's just like, I'm just rambling about everything. Do this. I take my glasses off. I'll do it here. My hair is pretty messed up. No, I got my noise canceling here. So see that? Take my glasses off. Put it like this at night, and I have Dave Case CD on the headphones under it. Can't see anything. Vision's blurred. But this is pretty good. This really blocks external hits. They can still get some of the remote neural manipulation through, but it does block the external hits to the head. So if you're getting a lot of external hits to the head when you're sleeping, and what is it? It's like $50. All this stuff is really expensive. Yeah, Ann says, I hate the sentient world simulation thing, Nicholas. Be nice to know if I'm dead or alive. Thank you. Yeah, I think they have us all in there. Lori Smith says Morgellons and nanotechnology. I think detox helps. Yes, Lori, you're right. just today I'm just like, you guys can put anything that works for y'all in chat that y'all want to. I have that previous video about detox and supplements and everything. It's in my playlist. Let me go to the playlist and show y'all. This I was just focusing on just passive and like electronic shielding. So there's tons of other stuff. Tons. Let's go to this here. So many things used for defense. And I'll do some videos here or there if I find if there's some stuff that's like super cheap and super effective. Dave Case CD is just the one thing that is like probably the most effective and it's the most affordable. But that's what makes it so like a lot of TIs, they're like, well, it doesn't cost anything, so it can't be good. But Dave Case is a Christian, so he didn't want to charge people, right? He just charges for the shipping. And I guess I'm glad that it's free, so targeted individuals who can't afford like anything can get it. But it makes people, there's this psychological thing in society that if something doesn't cost money, then it's not really worth anything. We've been conditioned in so many ways, in millions and millions of different ways that we don't even think about, you know. My attackers are just freezing on my computer. So Tansy says, Kyle, you can get a soft mesh shielding fabric that's cheap. You could sew it on that to cover your face. It won't fully block, but does help around 70%, I think. Is it kind of like the less EMF shielding fabric? I think that what I'm gonna do, you know, I've got the less EMF stuff that I like built those layers up over time, but I really, really want to try some copper, like a copper mesh fabric or copper fabric, and then show you guys if I can get like a seamstress or maybe my mom or my grandma to help me make a balaclava. And I think that copper fabric is going to be our best bet. But yeah, so what? Do you have a link, Tansy? Did I share my screen or did I not? And this is also what I'm going to do. Let me go to my playlist and then I'll share that screen. And see, like, I understand that these videos, like, you know, I can't remember what TI said it, but I was watching somebody's video and they were like, we kind of just need to stick to talking about targeted individuals because we talk about CV19 or some other global issues. It kind of just gets too confusing, right? But like the whole method to my madness with talking about other things is they do have a lot to do with us. I mean, like what's being done directly to us has a lot to do with a lot of what's coming out in society. But also we want to talk about some other things so that non-targeted individuals would be like, oh, wow, yeah, that's interesting insight on that other thing that's happening. And then they can kind of, you know, see what we're going through being experimented on. So more non-target individuals can learn about it. And what I'm going to try to do when I make a video like this, because this, I know that people who are not targeted by this stuff are just like, wow, that's crazy video or whatever. I'm right after it, I'm going to put something from like Air Force Research Laboratories or something like that that shows these directed energy weapons and solidifies that this stuff is real world and it's really being used. So I'm kind of trying a bunch of different stuff. I'm also getting very, very tired. Like my brain is getting very, very tired. What did I just pull? I can't remember. This. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna show y'all. I just want to show y'all my playlist. And I'm gonna be putting more target individuals' testimonies. I'm gonna be putting more in Neuroweapons. So my shielding and defense is right here. You can come here and get some ideas. There's some ideas that are pretty cheap. I do need to think of more of them, or just how to get money, right? Maybe I'll just do a video on like how I got Social Security, you know, what I did, before I knew I was targeted. I guess I can't say those things. I was gonna make a joke and say I guess I could rob a bank or something. Rights violated in Maryland 2020 says if you look up the ElectroSmart app, it tells you what's around you the whole time it's going. I have it on 24/7. Okay, so the ElectroSmart app. I gotta check that out. ElectroSmart app. Will it show like will it show fields of electromagnetic frequencies? That can be very, very good. ElectroSmart app. Okay. Tansy says, can somebody please tell me why target individuals are allowed to talk about things that are going on? I think somebody was just making a point. They were like, it makes it too confusing if you start talking about COVID. I don't know. I saw their point. But really we need to talk about everything because it really has to do with us. Like all these things that are being rolled out to the public have a lot to do with the experimentation surveillance that's been happening to us. And, when we talk about other things, people don't want to believe what we're saying. If they're not directly targeted, they don't want to believe it. And if we're just talking about that, what they do in their heads, they're like, oh, these people are obsessed about their schizophrenia or something like that. So, it shows people like, yeah, we're focused. We look at other things too, shows us as more well-rounded human beings. It's hard to be a well-rounded human being when you're fighting a 24-hour-a-day war, or you're just having problems like, just walking around your condo, your apartment. Some target individuals don't even have homes, So that's one thing. Why should we be allowed to talk about any? Like I get upset about that because like I think that if I wasn't a target individual, I would be talking about like aliens and stuff like that. I'm really interested in a lot of things that are not known yet, like breaking the barrier and talking about things. So it's weird. It's ironic that I was targeted because this is something that it broke the barrier on me, right? But I want to talk about extraterrestrials and what's beyond science and quantum energy and stuff like that. And sometimes I feel like, wow, it's stunted me a little bit because I'm like, when I became a target or when I knew I was a target individual, I said, well, I got to talk about everything and be pretty cookie cutter on everything because I have this really weird thing happening to me. So I got to make sure that I'm not too out there on other things. I hate what all this stuff do. The biggest war that humanity has been in since the beginning of humanity has been a war on our minds, and now it's just taken this extreme intensity, and now it's like, man, you can't even be a human being. You got to speak about things how everybody else is talking about them, or you're crazy and people will get you, it's a mess. Puppy Glasses TI says the government is boring. Yeah, Puppy Glasses TI says I like those other topics more, Kyle. I do too, man. I like stuff that's just, how do we discover anything? We discover things by talking about them. But everybody's so scared. We're conspiracy theorists, right? You had one agency that hates human beings and wants to take our freedoms and take our lives and control the world, and they get to decide how everybody thinks, because a lot of these tactics and things came from them. Like the CIA came up with the term conspiracy theorists. They were the ones who, got contractors and hospitals to do MK Ultra stuff. And they're the most hateful, inhumane agency that ever existed on our planet. And JFK was going to destroy them. JFK was going to demolish the CIA, and they did a coup. So the CIA took over and then put their boy Richard Nixon in the White House, and Lyndon B. Johnson immediately put him in the White House, gave him power. It took over. It was a coup. That was like we look at 9/11 and how big that was to establishing the Patriot Act and a lot of draconian things, but it was really, and there was Illuminati before, and there was, you know, the takeover was before JFK, but he might have turned things around to give power to the people. And whenever there's somebody that might give power to the people, that person has to die in the eyes of the top of the pyramid. And then all these evil agencies that are like Skull and Bones, they've got to die. You know, if you're trying to give people power, that's got to be stopped, because there's got to be a pyramidal structure in society. The top of the pyramid controls everybody on the way down. And God forbid that everybody would be powerful and compassionate, be able to help each other, and that the human race would be successful in its evolution. God forbid. God forbid that we would maybe direct our own evolution and our destiny the way that God wants us to. And we're going to listen to some demons, some, you know, the top of the pyramid. I think they're in communion with, you can call it demons. There's a science to it, but they're in communion with demons, and the demons want us dead and controlled on this world. You know, there's a lot more scientific stuff that goes along with the further food chain that doesn't stop with humanity. And we're being tricked. Like these people who think that they're in control of the world, they're being controlled. They're being controlled to stifle humanity's evolution and kill a lot of us, you know, because they view us as like cattle and stuff like that. Yeah, Jennifer Burns says they are monsters. Yeah, they're definitely monsters. No conscience. It's just, it sucks how people who are like sociopathic or psychopathic, they can look like normal human beings, and they can trick other human beings into being like, no, no, we got to do it for this reason. But they're just psychos, you know. Tansy says, yeah, look at what 9 Blooming 11 did to us, TIs. We need to be onto it, maybe more than most. Yeah, we've got a key. I mean, it's like almost, it's insane that we have all this stuff happening to us, right? And we're being murdered and we're being tortured, and we should be helped. Like, this shouldn't happen to us. Somebody should stop it. We should be helped to heal. But the reality of it, the inverted nature of this evil humanity, right, is that we have more of a responsibility because we're facing this technology, and we've got to work harder than ever. And that's what I think that it's so hard. I'm not going to tell a target. I mean, I don't want to tell a target individual, you have more responsibility now because of this technology, and you're going to have to work harder than you ever would have not targeted, because that's not the way it should be, right? If there's any justice in this universe, in this world, you know, we would be helped. But really, it's like we've got to go even harder. We have a bigger responsibility for humanity. It's not fair, it's not just, but if we care about humanity, you know, we've got to find some ways to help ourselves and to get a lot of this important information out. You know, it's not fair and it's not just. It's not the way it should be, but things are inverted. The evil has inverted. Satanism is inversion. So the people that are at the top of the pyramid, they are Satanists no matter what they believe in. They are Satanists because they want to invert humanity. They want to make what's evil good and what's good evil. And they want to do these things that are insane, like targeting somebody, and then the person who is being experimented on and tortured, you guys in chat, get in trouble for talking about it, get spit on and like hated, and oh, you're so selfish, when what we're going through is so fantastically intense and hard every day of our lives, and we're really warriors, and we don't get no. And you look at YouTube, what gets the highest views? Like these vapid things, like memes. Some memes that are not even having to do with politics get millions of views. Stupid stuff, right? But we're talking about maybe the most important thing to humanity, mind control, how it's going on in every community. We know about it because we're being hit by it, and people are like, oh, look at those crazy people talking. Because they're not smart, because all of humanity is dumb, really dumb now, you know? And then it's conditioning. They condition humanity to be dumb, so that we'll all die, so that we all won't have a chance to survive and evolve in the way that God wants us to, creatively and helping each other compassionately. It's like this stuff, I see the stuff that's happening in the world, and it's just going to make people more hardened and sick and selfish and stuff like that. And then this was cool, guys. this black tourmaline, check this out, EMF protection, black tourmaline, or Orgon pyramid. I'm going to start trying to get some Orgon too. So Orgonite and Orgon in like these Orgon pyramids, they have a certain piezoelectric quality that makes them put out a field of energy that's going to absorb some of the directed energy coming in. Like if you put one of these near you when you're sleeping. So the tourmaline also has a radiation absorption quality, where it can absorb ionized and non-ionizing radiation. So if you get one of these, you see that copper right there? Well, this is putting out a field of energy, and then it's actually almost pulling some of that directed energy towards it, or fields that are coming at us. So I think these are a really good idea. Check this out too. So this is black tourmaline. I'll put all this stuff in the description. I guess I gotta call my mom. She gets mad when I call her. I think she's targeted really bad. And sometimes I don't even want to talk because she's like, she had a surgery and she didn't even let me know about it. Surgery on her back. Oh, what else? This. So this is shungite, right? Just a shungite pyramid, but I think there's also some shungite orgonite pyramids too, and I'm going to try and get these. Shungite really absorbs non-ionized radiation, but I think you have to have it like around the area. I think if you put it like, it may absorb some of it. If you put it around where you're sitting, I think you got to have it close to the body. Hey, Sleep. Did I say hey to you, Sleeping Beauty? I think I did. Sleeping Beauty says, Nicholas, I feel strangely dumb sometimes, LOL, but I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I think we all do. I'm like smart in certain ways, but not with like memorizing numbers. Like that's why frequencies are so hard, because usually it's like certain ranges of frequencies, and I can't memorize numbers at all. So I feel really dumb on that stuff. Mix up kilohertz and hertz. Like I'm smart in some things. I think that's like all humanity. You'll find that, that's why God made a bunch of different humans. Like he made us all because somebody's really good at this, and somebody's really good at that, and somebody's really good at this. And I think that all the good people in the world, all these social media things and stuff like that, it makes somebody think that they have to have all the answers for everything, and that's how they kind of position the information. And when the other side, with all their funding and everything, they're different people who have specialized in different things are doing different things, right? For us independent human beings who are fighting all this hard stuff, it's like you have your YouTube channel and you talk about as much as you can, and maybe you'll have somebody else on, but it's like really we're not. They split us up in this certain kind of way. I mean, got to work together against them, APV says a private entity can buy sat time, and some of these devices can do some lethal things. Yeah, it's all like rented out to people. Like, they can get a satellite or a certain microwave tower. They can use those frequencies. I really do, though. I really think that your neighbors or somebody that's maybe doesn't have a clearance might have some ground weapons, but then again, they're probably ex-military if they are doing that. But I think that the people, if you're being targeted everywhere, it's like ex-military people with certain clearances on, like, in a place where you can't just go into it, like a building, and they have a lot of these different facilities and stuff. And they're not all military installations. There's new stuff now where it's not necessarily a military installation and it's not necessarily a corporation. It's kind of like a mixture of that, and we're just not told about it. Like, it's just not on the news. So it's like all these different Frankenstein ways of doing things. Yeah, Nicholas Hamlin says we may be the last vestige of pure humanity because we are uncorruptible. I think there's a lot of people who would never, you know, intentionally do evil. But I think that's why they're doing this whole, they got to get the whole of the public doing dumb things, right? So they say, oh, well, there's this deadly virus. You need to surveil your neighbors. You need to, you need to gang stalk this person because they might be dangerous. So they know there are good human beings out there, right? That don't want to do bad things, but now they're doing these tricky ways of, oh, you got to do this to stay safe and keep your neighbors safe. And then they make good people do evil things. Like, because I'm thinking about like, my maintenance guy, his name's John, and then this other guy who's in the apartment management type thing, but they're two older guys and they're good men. They stalk the crap out of me. They think I'm a dangerous, crazy person. So they stalk me every time I go out. They mess with me, but they really think that they are like trying to take care of their communities. And that's how this is all done to get the good people. And then the evil people who do the gang stalking, they don't give a crap and they just enjoy it. But it gets good people. They tell good people a certain thing so that they'll gang stalk and do something evil to people. I think there's a lot of good people in the world. There's a lot of good people in the world. If we could wake them up, that's why everybody, like I see a lot of people on YouTube, it's like, we gotta wake them up. We gotta wake them up, right? Because there's good people, and if they know the truth, then they can take the right action. Yeah, before it's too late. Hey, aloha, Mugwet Burgos. I'm not saying that right. Mugwet. Aloha. Yeah, Nicholas Hamlin says V. Yeah, I've seen some weird stuff about that, about like, yeah, I think there's, I just don't think we're at the top of the food chain, but nobody can ever understand that stuff. Or no, people can understand stuff, but there's no way you're going to hit a big percentage of the human population with some of that information. It's just totally discredited, you know. Hey, Tippin, tweet. I always say that wrong. TIP and WTI. Hey. Yeah, Nicholas Hamlin says dumb sites. There's so many of those all around the world. So many deep underground bases. Yeah, Tansy says, I hope you're right, Calm. Feeling the evil growing bits. Me too. I'm feeling a sense of not hopelessness in God or in doing good things, in fighting. I'm feeling a hopelessness in like getting the world back to the way it was before. There's going to be all this surveillance that people just, oh, because of the virus or because of something new, they're gonna have to watch me use the bathroom, be in control, right? We've already dealt with it, like not voluntarily, but I just feel like they're bringing in this whole new way of life. And think about the percentage of people. What 85% of people just go along with whatever the leadership of the world tells them. Just 15% who kind of see the truth, right? That's going to have to grow big time to actually change things. And then if we even were to fight back, they've got like directed energy that can just cook a whole crowd of people. Like it can literally, from a satellite, it can burn people or make them all have heart attacks if you get a big enough group of people to get, to have weapons and go out and fight. So the technology and the people who are willing to hurt people fighting for their freedom, on the military side are so many that I'm just like, I don't know. I'm thinking we need to feel better as target individuals to make our individual situations about what to do now, right? What you want to do with your time here on Earth is much control away from your attackers, right? So that's why I come on and we talk about this stuff, but I'm starting to just, and a lot of it is not, it's not like, I understand what you're saying when you're saying you feel a lot more evil growing around you. It's just people being manipulated. It's sick people being manipulated. It's like some people are very good that are doing crazy things. And if you didn't wear a mask outside, they'd yell at you for not wearing a mask or whatever. They're just sick and they don't know what to listen to, So it's sickness. It's a lot of our problems in this world from the people who could fight back are not evil, it's being sick, you know? I want to make like the people at the top of the pyramid want to make just normal middle-class human beings as sick and as confused as possible so that even the good ones do evil, right? But yeah, I mean, the evil ones are getting more evil. So yeah, I get what you mean there. Evil people are getting more evil. Yeah, APV says, I just want to make my mark before they do that to us, Kyle. I'm going to get mine for all TIs. Yeah, you got to just listen to your heart, what God tells you. Just like to give TIs a little bit of comfort and get control away from your attackers a little bit so you have more decision-making power over what you want to do, you know. But I definitely can't sit here and say, well, you know, if we just get the information out, we can fix this. You know, I think that we do got to protest, and many people are going to be protesting. You know, I think they screwed up a lot. Like they put out this thing that nobody believes is that dangerous. So, you know, I'm like, well, what's the next shoe to drop? Or is there going to be a big mass killing in the United States, or in the fall? Are they going to say, here's the next wave of it? And it's going to be something, they're going to actually turn on 5G, like amp it up, and it's going to make people a lot sicker. And they're going to say, see, I told you how dangerous this virus was. I'm just like, what's the next shoe to drop? You know, we'll get through it. God, there's miracles in life, and God can protect us. He's protected me through this. It still sucks. I'm still hurting, but I need to be more thankful for that. I'm very depressed, really depressed and isolated. I need to be more thankful for finding the defenses, for being able to make live streams. A lot of target individuals can't even move, you know, and that's what that gang stalking show was saying. You know, there are a lot of people who are like on their deathbed, and they would give an arm or a leg or anything to be in the situation that we're in, right? They're about to die today. So we've got life, we're breathing air in our lungs, you know, and that's a miracle in itself. Just wish we didn't have to live in this time period where everybody's going to be computers and have their thoughts controlled. I mean, a lot of people fighting it. I'll be there fighting it. We just do what we can do now. Saying no is important. Like everybody, even people who like want to fit into society, they have to say no. You cannot track me. You cannot trace me. People, you see that. I don't know if it was a CDC, but a medical organization was saying 60% have to accept those apps for the contact tracing thing to work. If people don't accept it, then they have to ditch it, right? They have to just ditch that. So people just reject all this stuff. I got my back hurts. I think I'm gonna have to stop the live stream. Yeah, Tansy says, yeah, there's a ton. Tansy says, Laurie, I hear they are shutting down your meat factories. They're shutting down a lot of food plants and a lot of farms. Like, I'm gonna probably make some videos talking about some stuff that's going on. There's just so much to cover, right? There's so many angles. The surveillance coming in, the food shortage, the trying to grab control of the supply lines, you know, oil dropping down to negative amounts. There's so many angles we're being hit with. This is, if you want to get magnets, and I'll maybe do some separate videos on just this stuff. These are some pretty cheap magnets at Applied Magnets. I'll put this in the description. The only thing that I didn't go over was this Smart Shield USB. It's a Smart Shield USB. It goes in the computer and it tunes the wiring in your computer and neutralizes EMF from your computer. It's pretty good, but I forgot how much they are. It's like $25. Oh, Mac. Yeah, Sleeping Beauty says, Nicholas, I can only imagine how many people work in the mental health field that will struggle with this information. Yeah. Tony Mills said many universities seem to be directly involved. Yep. Yeah. It's like this little pyramid of information where some of the students and stuff like that don't realize that they're implanting somebody that's going to be hurt or something like that, but then their managers do. It's just this different level of knowledge at each layer, you know. I've been thinking about this a long time, these evil people at the top. Yeah, APB, you will, man. Don't let me depress you too, man. I'm just depressed right now. These defenses do work though, and then we're gonna see hope, you know. People are going back to work. And our real hope is in God. You know, He has a plan here. Whatever these evil people do, whatever the big system brings out, you know, a lot of miracles can happen where they think they're getting what they want. And God can completely turn it around. Maybe open everyone's eyes to how evil this is and change everything. There's always hope for that kind of stuff. It's going to be as good as we can be, try and help people. Empower each other, especially as target individuals. You know, the situation that we're in right now, empower each other to just feel better and be able to think more clearly and not feel bad, right? Hurt other target individuals and stuff like that. So here you go. So magnets for less. Here's the applied magnets. Get a bunch of different magnets, but just be careful. Don't use it too much, because you remember your brain is an electromagnetic organ. So very sophisticated, awesome organ that, you know, like Paul was saying, has a lot of neuroplasticity, and it was really designed very spectacularly. Could do a lot of healing. See if I have anything else, but just apply mag. It has some small ones, or you can get like a 400-pound pull or 600-pound pull. I'll make some videos just on each of these, but I just wanted to give people some ideas and put it in the what's it called? I can't think of the word. Playlist. Oh, I didn't go over this. And please put it in comments, anything that I didn't go over that you're like, man, this really works for me, and I think it's a great passive shielding or whatever, but check out this. It's a grow tent, and Drunken Ninja told me about this. Like, Drunken Ninja put it in chat. You can get a grow tent. It's like $200, but it's a thing that you can sleep in. Actually, you see, it's a 78-inch by 78-inch by 78-inch reflective grow tent. It's reflective already, so it already has a reflective inside to it. But then check this out. So this is at growace.com. I'll put this in there. It's the biggest one I could find. It's pretty expensive, but some of those Faraday shielding tents were like $20,000 or something like that. They disappeared the day after I saw them, so I don't know what was going on there. But say you get one of those grow tents, and this is just kind of thinking about it. Oh, where's that page? What? I thought I had this up earlier. What? It was that you know, that Faraday Defense website. It's a FaradayDefense.com, but maybe it's here. But you know, you can get copper fabric and put it on it, or let me look it up. That Faraday Defense was really good. I don't know why I don't have that. Can y'all see this? Y'all can see when I switch to this? I think y'all can see it when I switch like this. So we'll go to Faraday Defense. Yeah, Faraday. And they have all these materials that are like not just copper, but it's like a copper mesh EMF type shielding metal. Get these grow tents, like get a grow tent that's like, I don't know what 78 inches. What's 78 inches in feet, guys? but you could sleep in it. I know you could sleep in it. You could put it in the corner of your bedroom and then just put, you see this 2-yard, this medium box size thing right here. Then it's a kit. It's a cage kit, Faraday box cage. See, and they got some of the material, ESD, EMP, a certain kind of material. I don't know. I got to look at these materials and see 2 yards by 36 inch. Ooh, that's really expensive. It's really expensive. I don't even know what this material is, but apparently it blocks electromagnetic frequencies. And then you could get the grow tent, and then you could start like putting just a ton of stuff on it, and at least have a little box, not a box, because it would be pretty tall, 78 inch. See if I know 78 inches in feet. So Nicholas put something in chat. Nicholas says, please share my pulsar video. I'm still working on frequency programming, but the hardware is finished. So guys, check out that video. The problem is, it's like, well, it's like the ZBS driver. It's like people have to like would have to build it, you know. But it's a good idea. I mean, it's like good for showing people how EMP pulses work, or the Schumann resonance. Yvette says, I made a blanket out of copper sheets and several EMF sheets, taped it together with EMF tape. You'll find it on Amazon. Blanket, yeah, that's a good idea. Get that, yeah, the copper fabric, and put it on a sheet or like a comforter or something like that. You can just put it over you, and then you have some shielding on your head or something like that. It's a really good idea. Six, 6.5 feet. Thank you, Slack. Okay, PA1, 6.5 feet by 3 feet. It's like 6.5. So that's like, if it's 78 inches, 78 inches by 78 inches by 78 inches. Oh man, I should have just kept that on the screen. 78 inches by 78 inches by 78. So that's like 6.5 by 6.5 by 6.5. That's awesome. I could sleep in that. 6.5 feet. You could stand up it. You could sit in it. You could sleep in it. Oh, that sounds like a good idea to me, guys. Just get one of those, and then just start layering, layering the materials. But maybe do copper, aluminum, and some of this special, and then some of the special Faraday cage material. This stuff. I don't know what this is made out. It must be a combination of certain things, or carbon-based material or something like that. I don't know. I'm too tired right now. Let's see if I have anything else that was really, really important. I just show y'all everything. I'll put in the description just so y'all can try and get ideas. The yellow glasses, I'm thinking, is a pretty good idea, guys. They're not that expensive. We might just, I'll tell you, I'll let y'all know how they're working. I'm gonna have to wait a couple of weeks though, because my attackers are gonna be like screwing around with it. What was I don't even remember what I was looking for. Ah, yes, I do. I do remember what I was looking for. Smart Shield USB. Let's see what, if you're searching for the EMF protection products, there are typically one of two reasons. Either you've heard of the damage EMF can cause and would like to prevent future harm to your health, or you already are experiencing symptoms, or you're being tortured with microwaves and other electromagnetic frequencies. Often early onset of symptoms at a young age, relatively less EMF exposure compared to the general population can indicate electrosensitivity. This test will blah, 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 blah. What causes EHS? Blah, blah, blah. What is this page? Why was I on this page? But this is where the Smart Shield thing was. Apparently, oh, we are temporarily closed due to the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic. That's great. Why would home delivery, like a thing that you can order online, be closed because of the COVID-19? Dude, whatever. I'm getting me some of this. It's only $18.49. I'm gonna get some of it, and I'm just gonna. I really want something more fabric-y. It just doesn't, pure copper fabric. Just doesn't look like it's that malleable, you know, and I want to get it around my head. It's gonna be great. Hey, thanks for coming, APV. Just stay strong, man. You know, 1 foot at a time, and try and find some, like, you know, Dave case CD, some grounding, just some little ideas that can kind of get you climbing up to feeling better, and then you'll be able to, you know, think a lot better of some things that can help you. Hey, thank you, Nicholas. Everybody check out Nicholas Hamblin's channel. He's super creative, and he knows a lot about electromagnetic frequencies. Okay, so Nicholas Hamlin says Faraday cloth is a little cheaper. I've got to look at that. I got to look at cloth. I want cloth that I can cut and turn into, you know, like a shirt or something. Well, check this out. This isn't as so expensive. Person was right. Awaken World is right. A lot of TIs don't. I mean, I've just had to find a way to buy some stuff. You know, I've had to get Social Security, get help from, you know, my family. Just anything. We need to figure out a way to, like, be able to make money from telling the truth, and a lot of TIs doing it. And, you know, I don't know, we got to find some kind of incentive-based way to live. Check this out. This is on that FaradayDefense.com. You got maternity, anti-radiation maternity. You got anti-radiation women's V-neck t-shirt. It's like $142. Then you got anti-radiation men's V-neck t-shirt. It's like $142. Anti-radiation men's boxer underwear, $90. So, but the thing is, even though this stuff costs a lot, you're starting to see a consumer market, right? It's not starting. It's growing and growing, a consumer market for being protected. Once the 5G grid is everywhere, which I hope that we can stop that. I mean, I hope we can stop that, but it's going to be, the consumer market for EMF protection is going to be through the roof, and there's going to be way more competitive prices. When everybody's experiencing effects of millimeter wave sickness, the consumer market for it, the people that are killing us with the 5G, they're going to be making the markets for all this stuff. That's the problem. They play both sides. You know, that's the big problem. Yeah. Hey, Mischievous M. I was just about to wrap it up, so you might have to go watch it. You know, go watch it again. Cheryl Lee says Brian Two's fabulous underwear on there. I see. They're really expensive. And you know, Less EMF has a pair for like $30 or something. And I bought a pair of it, like some boxer shorts, and this looks like the same thing. I bet you it'd be the same thing. I don't think they have anything that great. Just some ideas, y'all. I'd definitely not spend $90 on this. But the noise canceling hearing aids, they are $150, and I'd say find a way to get those. Like if you feel like you're getting remote neural manipulation, I really would. Like I would recommend those so high. Even people who Dave Case CD did not help, or it was just too like it just sucked. like I couldn't listen to it. They said that the noise canceling hearing aids like changed their lives, you know. Granny panties. AVB says they're granny panties too. And Carla says Caravan to Midnight. Yeah, that's a great show. Caravan to Midnight. I need to check out some of this. There's a lot of people talking about targeting and talking about stuff, but just sometimes it feels like there's not. Like when I'm being remote neural manipulated bad, it feels like I'm the only one, and like some of the smaller target individual channels, it's like we're the only ones talking about this, and it's really a perceptual thing, right? But there's so many people speaking out about 5G. I'm thinking that we might even think about that. This is a thought I'm throwing out there, and I'm not going to say like, yeah, let's definitely do this, but we might want to just start saying we're getting hit by 5G. Because we're getting targeted by millimeter wave. It's within the layers of all this frequency weapon targeting. We might just want to just start, yeah, we're getting targeted by 5G, you know, and then it's just a straightforward, people know what 5G is. We can explain it more in detail if we catch somebody's attention with that. I don't know, you know, I don't know. I think it's what's happening in the world, more of the public becoming aware of this stuff. It's going to maybe make it easier to explain it. And I really think those millimeter wave things with the TSA, I think they're reading the brain. I think that's how they're getting temperature of the body. And what else in heartbeat, heart rate? They're not saying. It's just like, yeah, it's reading your heart rate. Yeah, it's reading the temperature of your body. I mean, I guess it can do it without reading the brain, but what's to say, you know, an electromagnetic field, you know, hits the vestibular system, can send signals back from the brain, and they wouldn't tell anybody if it was that. So graphene, so Nicholas at $18, graphene powder, 1 quart. My back hurts so bad. See, okay, and Carla said, oops, CTM store has a lot of shielding. Okay, CTM store. I go to it in, but I'm like, no, let's go to it. Let's just check it out. CTM. What can you just look it up as CTM store? I wonder if my mom's actually in town. I'm gonna go have lunch with her maybe. CTM store, just like that. Okay. Oh, the Caravan Midnight store. I didn't connect that at all. John B. Wells. That's John B. Wells? No way. He's been on InfoWars and a lot of other stuff. I didn't know that was Caravan to Midnight. EMF and RF protection. Stetzeridger filter. I've heard those are really good. I've heard these are very, very good. I might get one of those. I might get one of those Stetzeridger filters. That's not a bad price for LCD electromagnetic radiation detector. It's not bad. Anti-radiation earphone, 3.5 millimeter air acoustic tube earpiece stereo earphone with microphone for smart mobile phone. Anti-radiation earphone? That looks like the noise canceling. Oh, are y'all seeing this? What did I just do? I'm gonna have to get off after. I was like going through all this stuff and I thought y'all were seeing it too. Look at Stetzer, how do you pronounce Stetzeridger filter for $45. I think those were, I've heard a lot of good things about those. Scalar energy pendant. This is what I was looking at. Well, I looked at the electromagnetic radiation detector. That doesn't seem like a bad price for a detector. Anti-radiation earphone, 3.5 millimeter air acoustic tube earpiece. It looks like those earpieces look like the noise canceling hearing aids. Anti-radiation. Because it's just connecting to, how is that anti-radiation? I don't understand that. Because it's just not connected. It's just, oh, because it's not like a regular earphone. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Alibaba, yeah, Alibaba. Hey, strong-minded individual, what's up, man? Hey, everybody coming in. I'm about to close down the live stream because I'm getting really tired. You guys can go back and watch it. It's just ideas for shielding and stuff. Tony Mills says, could UHF, VHF be a factor, maybe in combination with satellite? I think there's all kinds of, radio frequency, microwave, photonic, it's all up and down the electromagnetic spectrum, right? And then I think even things that are like sound, like I'm even confused about like, is all sound just electromagnetic frequency? Because there's lots of sonic things, like sonic waves that they use too. But I know, and I think a lot of sound is just electromagnetic frequency, right? All up and down the electromagnetic spectrum. The ones that I think, but I don't think they use like gamma radiation and things like that with our targeting. Sleeping Beauty says, they told me years ago with V2K that they were taking my temperature, checking my breathing and heart rate. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. They can do that through the brain, like through the remote neural manipulation. But I don't know if they can do it just like, say you have an electromagnetic field to the body, right? Because, and I'll make a video about this, but the airport scanners, it's like it has this thing in front of their face, in front of your face, and then it has a little thing down to the middle of the body. So I'm not sure if it's an electromagnetic field that you're just sitting in. You're in this field, and it's somehow through the body measuring the heartbeat and everything like that. I don't think so. I may be wrong, but I think that it is actually sending a signal to the brain and then sending a signal back from the brain. And it's showing heart rate and body temperature. I really think so. Yeah. Hey, new type says 5G, 6G, and higher have always been used. Now they are just massively rolling it out for commercial use. Yeah, that's what I think too. Hey, Arachno Nixon. Yeah, I was about to stop the live stream. My taggers are hitting me in the back, and I'm getting really tired. Super tired. Tansy says, you bet. What's the shipping like with them? I can't remember if it was them or which takes a long time. Yeah, definitely. Sleeping Beauty says, I very much believe that electromagnetic fields are a part of this. Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Sleeping Beauty says electromagnetic fields and signals combined. And that's just one layer. So like at MIT, right? This new thing came out. Some doctors at MIT put electromagnetic fields created by phased array antennas and then a bidirectional stream of ultrasound to do neural manipulation to the brain. Now, how did they figure that out? Well, it's from all these years of people being targeted, right? But the problem is, it's like, so an electromagnetic field around the head or around the body somewhere, and then bidirectional streams of energy, that's just like one layer. And then there's external hits that are just streams of energy that can hurt your body, that can either if at a certain frequency cook your skin. You've seen targeted individuals with cooked skin. My face has gotten really red sometimes. Or it's like they can do it to a different frequency that would hurt the bone, hurt the muscle and the nerves underneath. So they just have to like do a different frequency. So there's so many different layers that they're working with. And that's what makes it hard to just say like, oh, this really works, because some other target individual could be getting a little bit of a different protocol. But whatever they're using, a certain pathway, a huge pathway of remote neural manipulation is the inner ear, the vestibular nerve in the inner ear that goes to the brain. So if you can flood that with, frequencies that, negating frequencies, then it can really help. I wonder how those pendants work. I got a pendant once. I don't really wear much though. Some of the electronics, the Schumann resonator is the best one I found. And the Smart Shield USB works. Some people said that Magnus Olsson's pendant worked for him, but some people said that it didn't. Those anti-radiation earphones are really interesting to me. I guess it's just anti-radiation. Yeah, I guess regular earphones have transceivers in them. I'm telling you that all this stuff, there's going to be way more consumer products, and there's going to be a competitive market for it. As target individuals, we might want to, create our own shops for this kind of thing. I was thinking about doing an Amazon shop for everything I use, and maybe that would be a way, I don't know, we've got to find a way to not only survive this, but use its momentum against us. Use its momentum against it. Now it's coming in at us. Watch this, guys. Watch this. I got a lot of stuff to put in the description. Watch this. Pirates of the Caribbean and the Season of Sacrifice. They don't talk about a lot of electromagnetic stuff.
All right, we got a stream. Okay, good. We got a few bodies in here. Let's give it just a minute here.
Daniel's cool. I'm pretty sure he's targeted because Robert.
All right, this is.
What's his name? Robert. I can't remember his name. He used the yellow glasses too. All right, guys, I'm going to shut it down. It's like 2:20, so we've been going for a while. Hopefully, this can give some people some ideas. I'm going to put it in my playlist, and then if I find anything else, you guys email me or put it in chat, and I'll do like a little video on like, hey, we found this. Put it on that playlist, right? And then if any other TI, like probably Nicholas, I'm going to go to your channel for your like Schumann pulse things. I'll put that in there too, so we can maybe get some ideas from that. Yeah, Tansy says I'm burned too, guys. They're like hit me in the middle of the back. Yeah. Sleeping Beauty says I think MIT is very much involved, Jennifer. And they use a lot of these schools in certain hospitals and certain companies, and they funnel these new things that came from the military-industrial complex. They funnel them out through them to kind of trickle them into the public knowledge, right? So they control everything. I mean, it's like the military-industrial complex all the way up in this pyramidal structure thing to the Pentagon. They control people's knowledge of new technologies. They use them to torture people, and we're just crazy, right? We're just crazy, and everybody thinks. But then they'll slowly trickle it out the way and control the knowledge about the technology and medical advancements and things like that, so that the public kind of gets fed a little bit at a time, and they control that so that the public doesn't go, oh wow, target individuals are telling the truth, because it's trickled out, right? The kind of control that they have is at a point where it all needs to be taken down. Like it all needs to be taken down. Like how that can happen, I don't know. What's up, Prankmaster? Prankmaster533 says, I find that EMF broadcasts are higher the closer in which direction toward the satellite you are. These satellites look like stars, but are not. Yeah. Maybe that's what I'm seeing. It's not an actual drone, but it's like a satellite that's lower down in the atmosphere. Slack TI says, Sleepy B, there was a target who got scanned for RF, and there were transmissions being sent and received from MIT and other research and marketing institutions. Yeah, no doubt. Arachno Nixon says, I find it immoral to profit off of TIs, but if you open an Amazon shop and sold everything at cost, that'd be cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about profiting off of TIs, but it's like the way I think of it is like, I'm on Social Security and I'm making videos. There may be some targeted individuals that are getting slammed, and they still have jobs, and they can't do activism. Like, they have to keep their jobs, and so, but they have a little bit of money, and so they see my channel and they say, well, I like what Kyle's doing and I can't do activism, so like I'm gonna throw him a 20 here or something like that. I'm not talking about like profiting off people that have no money, but we just have to, you remember, I think we, on a live stream, we talked about that. We have to make telling the truth and some of these things incentivized, because I have to stop. Like I have to make money. Like I have to make money and earn a living. Like I have to make a living, right? I have to, like, I'm gonna have to do that. I can't just sit here for year after year, like, you know, get my mom to help me and living off Social Security. I'm gonna have to, like, so it's not like, so I think some people think of it as like people, you know, get on YouTube and whatnot, and they're just using people, but it's not that. It's a lot of people want to tell the truth, and they want to make this incentivized thing so they can keep doing it. Because if they don't, they have to go do something else. That's everything in our world. If we want to live in capitalism, there has to be some kind of like, I can make a living out of what I'm doing, right? And you know, I've been talking about, you know, being a target individual and everything I've been going through for like 6 or 7 years on YouTube. And it's like at a certain point when it's like, well, I guess I don't want to talk about this, but I could if I didn't do this, it would be a lot easier for me, and my attackers would calm down a lot. I could find a lot of defenses and shielding. I could spend all the time like making money, like on, you know what I'm saying? Like, so a lot of people tell the truth at great sacrifice to themselves. Like it's not like they're making a ton of money. There are some people that they're become really successful at it, like Richie from Boston, high impact vlogs. They are able to make like a lot of money doing it. I think they make a lot of money, but that's the problem. That's the problem with when I think about it, and I'm like, we want to defeat a system that can do everything very slowly, and it has all these resources, and it doesn't have to do everything all at once in a month. It can just do things long term because it has sources of incomes from all the people that are betraying us, right? All these sources of incomes from the technology and everything like that. They have industries and consumer markets built around waiting us out, torturing us, and crushing us down. And then on our side, mostly what we have are just people that, while, you know, as a hobby, they're fighting for their lives and talking about things that are so important, and it's like they really can't make a living off of it. So who's going to win there? Like, who's going to win? The people who everything that they do, there's resources and income and a market to murder people and to lie and to destroy humanity. And then I see a lot of truth tellers on YouTube. It's like, well, as long as I can do it with my job, with my real job in the system, then I can do it, right? So that will have to change. That will have to completely change if anybody wants a chance at saving humanity. There has to be incentive. I mean, I don't know. You know, I'm just saying, it's like, I don't know. I just, I know there's that thought around the truth community, because there's grifters, right? There are grifters. There are people who, they're, you know, maybe like, let's take flat earth, for example. Like, there's flat earthers who come in and they don't believe in flat earth, like in the flat earth community, and they just talk about flat earth stuff, and they get donations, and they're grifting, like they're lying about something. But like, then in the real target individual, there's real target individuals that are like they care about people. Like, I don't do this at this point. I don't even do this because I think it'll help me anymore. Do y'all understand that? Like, I do it because I really care about y'all. It'd be better for me not to do it. And I really shouldn't say, I'm very tired, so I'm saying things that I'm going to regret saying. But it would be better if I just didn't do videos, and I kind of like had my little job, and I, you know, found different ways for me to defend myself. That's just not the type of person I am. It's not the type of person a lot of you guys are. But it's not like a thing that doesn't help me. You know, it helped me at first, getting us all together. We all get together and do it. But at this point in time, with how bad things are in the world, this, I don't, I'm going to shut up. I'm just going to shut up. Yeah, Tansy says, I understand what you're saying. And I'm not trying to be, I'm trying to put a point out there that if we really want a chance, we're going to have to make things worth it. Like, we're going to have to make certain things worth it. I think that I'll tell you guys the truth. Okay, I'll just tell you the truth. This is going to be immortalized in my playlist, right? If you're a targeted individual and you put yourself out there, you're going to get, okay. And there's a lot of people up the middle, really good target individuals that support me and are awesome. But man, you're going to get hit hard from other targeted individuals and your attackers. So you're going to have this whole, the people that are targeting you are going to hit you harder because you're doing this. And then there's going to be a certain percentage of TIs that hit you hard, man. You get hit hard from both sides. What makes it worth it is up the middle. They're really, really great TIs, that they're smart and they're not quick to jump to like accusations or judgment or anything like that, or making your life hard or anything. But it's really, it's tough when you, it's not like you're like, oh, I'm the hero and people, oh, everybody loves me. Like, I've always been a non-confrontational person and like never tried to screw anybody over, but I've pissed off so many people in the TI community just for, I don't even know, for like not being able to, I mean, for just doing this, like, and then I've just pissed so many people off. They're angry about what, if I don't say something, if I'm like not talking about something, and it's a price, you know. I don't know. I'm just trying to let you guys know. I think the best thing for people to do it, like TIs, if you're like looking at the TI community, like, I don't know who to trust, because there's like grifters and there's agents and all this stuff. To do it yourself, then you can build a lot more discernment about like target individuals that are speaking out, who are actually, you know, real target individuals and really telling the truth. It helps to do it yourself because you know what it's like. But it's not, it's not like, it is great. It is great, and there are tons of TIs who are so awesome. When you're being hit with remote neural manipulation and you're really depressed, the people who are angry, like hate your guts because you're like, you don't even know why, like, you don't know what you did, and it's just because you're like out in the open. It's because you put yourself out there. It's like, it's kind of maddening. You're like, do they not understand? Do they not understand that I'm just a regular TI, and like my channel should be the worst thing that we have going for us? My little channel should be so pathetic, like, but people in their heads have it like where like, oh, you're a leader of the TI, you need to be doing more or something like that. I'm just a targeted individual who's like putting out information, you know. And I think that everybody should have a channel like this, at the least, you know. And I hope that it doesn't hurt anybody's feelings. It's just doing this so long, it's like people get mad at you for like, you don't even know why. And you're also getting hit harder from your attackers too. So it's really tough. Thank you, Tansy. No, I love you guys too. I love you guys. I'm not trying to be negative or anything like that. It's just that it gives you a different view about everything, you know, when you do it. And I'm gonna have to put this in my playlist. I'm editing this out. I'm gonna go into this video and edit this last part out. I get depressed and I start just talking about stuff I don't want to talk about. Thank you, Sleeping Beauty. I don't want y'all to be like, oh, you do so much and everything like that. I'm a pay it forward guy, you know. Like, if I help you, just help a target individual. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all all do that. I mean, I have such great viewers. I have such great subscribers. Like, to say that about like 1%, and this is not even people in my chat right now. Like, a little percentage of target individuals have like gotten mad at me, and I didn't even know why. And they're just like, I mean, I wasn't doing something for them or something they wanted me to do. And it was really just like, what? Why did I put myself out here? But, you know, a very small percentage, you know. Very small percentage. Yeah, Nicholas says, don't edit it, Kyle. People need to see the truth for what it is as it is. You are such a strong person, an example for us all. I appreciate that, Nicholas. And I think you are too, man. You're a genius, dude. Sometimes Sleep Beauty says Kyle has such a calm demeanor. Like I don't try and be fake, but you do, like when you're hurting so bad, like when you're tortured. And this is why I really believe that if you look back, did God prepare you for this? Because like as a kid, I had Crohn's disease, so it was like horrible pain in my stomach. But I had to go to class and school, and I had to like, I couldn't sit there and be like, hey, TA, I had to present myself, right? And so I've had to do that here. Most of the time I get on here and I'm just like I feel so horrible, and I'm just like, I'm gonna forget everything. And I swear to you guys, I swear. Okay, this is hopeful, right? Because I've been kind of depressed lately, trying to get, but this is hopeful. I'll get up here, not knowing, I'll have something organized that I want to talk about, but it's like something intercedes, and it's not remote neural manipulation. So it's like, and I pray for that, and I think God like intercedes, and he'll say some things that are good that can help people when I'm like, sometimes I'm like, I don't even know how I'm going to go from one sentence to the next. And there is that force. So I think whenever, before we speak or do anything, be like, God, just come into my heart, come into my words and everything like that. It's so real. It's so real. Like you'll be surprised at yourself. Even if you feel like, oh man, I can't even talk, can't say anything intelligent, my brain's fried, you'll really surprise yourself if you just trust in God and you just speak from the heart, I don't know why I get, but it is true. Like I think is all targeted individuals drama, like, and it's not like the biggest percent. The way that, like, because when I was saying like people get mad at me and I don't even know why, it's not the biggest percentage, right? It's the good people. You gotta hold on to that. You just hold on to it, and it'll give you the reason why you're there, the reason why you're doing it. Because I think we all get in fights and drama, and because like this remote neural manipulation is making us so stressed out and depressed, it's like it, you're like, oh man, and that's the thing that hangs in your mind. I hate that. I hate that about humanity. I hate that about myself. Is that the bad stuff? It's like the bad stuff sticks around. I want to change that. Like I want to change that backwards. Just the good stuff sticks around. But it's like I think humanity has been traumatized, and we all like crave drama and stuff now more than just peaceful living and logic and things like that. And that's something that it's like people. I know probably you guys think about it a lot, but a lot of people don't think about that. Like, why do I like drama so much? When somebody's in a fight or something, I'm like, oh, I gotta see that. That's juicy. What is that? Can somebody, has that always, maybe that's always been like that for human beings. I just wish people were more interested in peace, Some things about us. And I think what really kind of helps me to realize we're all hypocrites, humanity, every human being, we're all hypocritical. Being a human, you're doing your day-to-day activities, the way that you have to think to survive and stuff like that. When somebody's on the street, we're all hypocrites in some way, So I don't know what my point was about that. I think we all do have to accept that, like, say, because if you want to be like, well, this world is good and there's a lot of good in it, and you should be faithful about stuff. I mean, it's for some of the things that happen to people, it's like hypocritical to say that, but everything about human beings is hypocritical. Doesn't mean that we should do bad things and be like, oh, well, humanity is so flawed and it doesn't matter. It's like you got to try and do really good things, because humanity's just by its own nature is a hypocritical thing. I think the people up at the top of the pyramid have embraced that hypocrisy. They've embraced it as a purposeful evil. Humanity is just bad, but good people just have to realize we're all just human beings. And then do the thing that I always say is like, with targeted individuals, we really have to you know, say that person's a good person and they're trying to do good, and maybe I disagree with them on this stuff, but we've got, man, I think as a whole human race, we have to do that more. And it seems like somehow the conditioning in truth communities and target individual communities, if we have differences of thought, it's like that person could be a perp, but that person is a paid agent. Like even some people who aren't targeted individuals in the truth community, if somebody says something like a differing thought, but they're still good, it's like they're like, that's definitely somebody who's being paid. And like, I don't know how they've gotten us so divided. It's so unbelievable, you know, not just targeted individuals, any good person like trying to do the true right thing. Top of the pyramid has gotten us all so divided. Unbelievable. Yeah, Nicholas Hamlin. That's what I meant. Like, I don't mean hypocritical, like in a bad way, but I mean just living and going about your life and being happy. I mean, being happy is being a hypocrite because there are people who aren't happy. There are people who are unjustly hurting. Every time you smile or laugh or enjoy yourself, to first off realize, and it, you know, somebody like, and I know that I'm very far from perfect, but that's one thing that I always like. I want to be like the best human being and do what's right and everything, you know. But you gotta like to live a real life and to live in this world. You gotta realize that we're all hypocrites. Do your best, right? I think we get these unrealistic like what I have to be from media and all this stuff. And probably a lot of you have already learned that. But I look at the world around me, man. I thought, like, I was just like, man, there's no way we're targeted, and I'm going to fight this with all the other target individuals. And there's no way that God's going to leave us hanging on this. I don't think he has. I think in a way that I don't understand, he really has not left us hanging. But man, all this stuff comes in with the New World Order, and I'm like, man, stuff that yeah, and I'm really depressed, guys. That's not. There's good stuff and miracles. I'm very depressed lately because I just see. I'm like, what? Okay, God, what do you want me to do? Like, I was targeted since like an early age, trying to help other people being tortured. We're kind of getting close, right? Maybe we'll get closer anyway. What's this? What's this now in the world? That now it's just like we can't win. Did we just lose? What's going on? Um, but it happens throughout history. Things change, technology changes. The mind is so important, though. People's minds, us making our own decisions, is so important to God's creation. You know, I just hope we can fight all the evil stuff. Yeah, Ann says we are good support for each other in your chat, friends. Yeah, just support each other, guys. That's what I want y'all to do. If y'all want to do anything for me, help other targeted individuals when they're hurting. Just be good to each other. Yeah, sometimes there's going to be drama and whatever. What I really want to do is I really want to just forgive anybody, any kind of trauma. It's like now it's on, right? Evil is breathing down our necks, and we've got to, like, if you've got problems with a good person and you know they're a good person, it's time to really quicken that. Okay, we talked about this and this, I got mad about this, but it's really quicken, like, wow, they're not an evil person. They didn't do something evil. It was a human mistake, and let's get on with that, right? Let's get on with that. I guess it's hard for targeted individuals because we got the perp thing, right? We got this. Somebody does something, it's like, man, they're a perp. I just think there's a lot of different people who are targeted. Most of them very good. We got to just quickly forgive each other. Quickly forgive each other. So we all got. I just see that we got to see things differently, because it's really good versus evil. In our side, the good side is still nitpicking each other about, like, you don't say exactly what I say. Maybe I'm focusing too much on something negative, but I'm feeling that. I'm just feeling like there's just too much nitpicky stuff amongst good people, and it's like all really planned. It's planned so that good people can't say, we think like this and we all think good. And yes, you think differently about that, but we're going to have a conversation about it. Like social media has been set up to where nitpicking is kind of what's interesting, right? Like people nitpicking about certain political things, it's like interesting. And I just see the conditioning there and I'm like, wow, did they really think of that? Did they really think of how they could split up good people more by, you know, I don't even have a specific example of that. Yeah, Tansy. Oh, well, that's true. No, that's true. Tansy says because we know evil is still among us. Now that's true. Yeah. Yeah. I agree with that. It's true, and you don't know who. You don't know who's who, right? There's got to be better ways for us to show who we are, right? To like just like they can look into our brain. It's like there's got to be a way, some kind of technology to tell if somebody's like good or evil. I guess that'll never come. Maybe. Charles Hall says I can be. Charles, you're a really good guy, man. You're always saying crap like that. Charles Hall says I can turn into the dark side. Don't go to the dark side, man. Don't go to the dark side. My father was a Jedi. His father before him. Prank Master says, there's things I know of the Lord that only few faithful have seen. I will show you someday and keep you in prayer. Thank you, Prank Master. Sleeping Beauty says, I often wonder if they are using social distancing to easier target people. Me too. Yeah, I wonder if they're getting people like somehow getting their unique brainwave signature. They need them further apart to get their unique brainwave signature. I do too. We're gonna have to see. Yeah, Nicholas says do our best. Okay, let's go flying. I'm gonna go cliff jumping. I really want to. I need to get my adrenaline balance back up. Yeah, Slack, that's a good point, Slack TI. Slack TI said, Sleepy Bee, think about it this way. Home corona testing is basically non-HIPAA protected DNA collection. And keeping people in their homes makes it easier to lock onto DNA-based biofrequencies. Yeah. With 7G technology with photonic energy can hook into our DNA, which targeted individuals are already doing, and they haven't even rolled that out to consumers. This stuff that's happening has a lot to do with what's been done to us. My attackers are zapping my brain. Tony Mills says, I did trust my mom. I did call her out once, but she was not involved. Then they murdered her. I'm sorry, Tony. My parents like do weird stuff, but they're not involved in this stuff. That's right, Tansy, that's very important. Tansy says, God and patience will help us to see. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, take me like cliff jumping or something. I don't know, I wouldn't want to get up there with anything you have to think too quick on. Like my attackers can blank out my brain, and if I have to like pull things, make sure I'm going the right way, and you got to think fast. And I can play video games pretty good, but there's no life and death situation, you know? I feel like if there's a life and death situation, my attackers would be like, blank his brain out. Yeah. Yeah, Tansy said it. Oh, Tony, darling, my deepest condolences. Yeah, seriously. I'm very sorry about that. So much death. There's so much death in this world and so much more that doesn't need to happen. I'm very worried. And even I've done this, like being in the target individual community, being tortured all the time yourself, and with other people who are being tortured and death, it's like I've gotten too used to it, you know? And I feel like that's a conditioning thing too in the world. They're trying to get people used to a lot of people dying and stuff like that so they can kill more and it won't be a big deal to anybody. We must always cherish life and mourn good people, you know, and honor what they wanted, you know. Oh man, my whole chest and back. shatter here. All right, guys, I love y'all. Tony Mills says, I appreciate that, Matt. She lived a terrible life on and off the street, and right before she died, she was approved for Section 8 housing. I haven't seen that. Ann says, ever seen the video game called Plague? Talk about a live exercise. You know, I haven't seen that game, but I've played a lot of the Walking Dead games and the Walking Dead show, you know, the Walking Dead stuff and the Walking Dead comic book, the show, and then all these video games, you know, came out right before this CV virus thing. And that's, you know, I think that's trying to condition people to maybe there's going to be something bad that comes in the world and everybody's just going to survive, and you can't be too sad when people, well, I mean, people in the show are sad when people die. I'm very skeptical of every TV show and every video game being conditioning, you know, for a certain way that they want us to feel and think so that we can go in the direction that the top of the pyramid wants us to go in. I want to go in the direction that I want to go in. I want to create my own path, you know, have stuff in the system. You can go to a job and stuff like that, but then do what you want to do and be creative and be a human being. I just feel like we're all getting pushed so hard. We're getting pushed extremely, I mean, with extreme intensity. Yeah, they should already think that though. Nicholas Hamlin says, I'm looking forward to the day I see the faces of people when they realize we are right and have been trying to tell them for so long. So long, man. Like, I think they should already know. I mean, I think they should already know. Even this millimeter, I'm going to put a video about this millimeter wave, the millimeter wave TSA device out. And I mean, that it's like, but you see, if it is getting a signal from the brain, they're not going to tell people that because that's like revealing way too much. People should already know, man. People should already know about this. Anybody should be able to look at targeted individuals' videos, right? They should be able to come to my videos, which I've been making for like 6 years. Look at the progression of it. Does it look like I have schizophrenia? Like in the last 2 years, I've made my best videos. If I was schizophrenic and I started out 6 years ago making testimonials of stuff that wasn't really happening, would I have gotten better at explaining stuff? Would I have built up a channel and stuff like that? And that goes for every targeted individual that has channels for many years. And I mean, a lot of us, it's like we're hurting more. Maybe we forget words easier, but it's like literally, what is brain injury supposed to look like? Brain injury is gonna look a lot like mental illness. If you don't believe somebody's getting hit with microwaves or anything, or remote neural manipulated, they're gonna forget things. Their memory's gonna be bad, and it's gonna look like just some natural mental illness. But it's not. There's so many things that are invisible that hurt people. People should know. People don't want to know. And there's a lot of very, very smart people out there with huge YouTube channels and stuff, and that's just on YouTube, who know that this is happening, but want to keep away from it because they know that if they talk about it, that subscribers will leave and, you know, they'll be called crazy or whatever. It's too big of a risk. That's the only thing. This isn't hard for people to understand. This targeting, it's too big of a risk for people to get involved and help us. Too big of a risk for a doctor to take an implant out. It's too big of a risk for a huge YouTuber to start talking about this stuff, but they've all looked into it. Some of these bigger truth YouTube, they've looked into this. They know it's happening. And I'm not mad at them because God calls on some people as, you know, a certain level to talk about certain things, but it's time. It's so dangerous. This is so dangerous. This mind control and this torture. 5G towers are going on. I mean, pretty much 5G is a huge part of this. People know about it now. So people should know that microwaves can hit people. The only thing that I think that maybe people are having a hard time with is the remote neural monitoring, you know, like, I mean, maybe that's the most dangerous part to me. That's the most deadly, most evil part is the reading of the brain and then responding to it with voices and bullying you with every thought that you've had. Like if I accidentally have a thought, and sometimes it's not even, it's like a remote neural manipulation. They're putting in a thought to my mind, like, oh, the guy attacker, he hasn't done this in a while. And then the guy on DTK will go, is that a challenge? And then he'll start doing it, right? But maybe he even put that thought in there. So it's like, but even if it wasn't remote neural manipulation, it was just me accidentally thinking something and I get punished for that thought. It's not like, it's not even like yelling at this guy, hey, you haven't done this in a while, jerk face MFer terrorist. It's thinking like this guy hasn't done this in a while. And then he'll go, oh, that's a challenge. I mean, think about that. Like where your thoughts are like challenges to these people murdering you. And they're not getting caught because nobody even believes it's happening. I mean, wow. It's like, Sleeping Beauty says, I believe that Dr. Robert Duncan said that he identified more than 20 ways to direct voices at a person. There's more proof of patented dues in technology than there is proof of mental illness. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Nicholas Hamlin says, I hope when the S hits the fan, if it hits the fan, that the network stay up so we can all find each other. I think they're going to hit the grid pretty soon. I hope so too. PA1 says, I think a lot of people we're close to are mind controlled. Yeah. And it's just because they're close to us. Or it could have been somebody like, you may think that your family member got targeted because of you. And it could be that your family member was already targeted and got close to you. You just didn't know which one was targeted first. I sometimes question about my dad. Like was in all these telecom businesses, right? And like he was trying to take these like Wi-Fi bands, right? And he had to go to court against WorldCom, and then this other company that my mom won't tell me the name of, like she can't remember it, right? And he has all these files, and like he went to court against this company, and they would not give him the technology. Like all these businessmen, he was invested in the new Wi-Fi. It was new Wi-Fi, and it was like certain frequencies over the airs. He was like really heavy into the telecom business. And did they maybe chip me when I was younger because he was dealing with some of these people he was already targeted? Like I don't even know. Yeah, Nicholas, that's true. I've been gaslighted so bad sometimes that I can't tell anybody about it because a lot of people will think that even targeted individuals will think I'm crazy about some of the gaslighting that's happened to me. It's been brutal. Like Nicholas said, gaslighting looks a lot like mental illness also. I mean, think about it. Think about that, guys. Like some of us can get gaslight where I couldn't even come on a video and tell y'all about it because y'all would be like, no, you're way too paranoid. Like, and I'm not like insulting anybody. Some targeted individuals would believe me. Some targeted individuals would be like, nope, it's because you're targeted and you're like, you've gotten a lot more paranoid or whatever. And maybe you're doing something to that other person. It's some really bad stuff. It's like I can't even talk about it. Like that's horrible, man. When you're like, my whole thing is like trying to talk about everything. Like since I was a kid, it's like just the truth. Just put it all out there, and that's the best way to live. And there's such crazy confusion in life that it's like you're like, I can't really talk about that because it'll just divide people. Some people believe me, some people won't. That's the way of the world. It's like the way of the world. That some things are so crazy. Yeah, Slack TI says same, Kyle. Just couldn't even. And like I've done that to TIs in the past. Like they've told me stuff like maybe they've been gaslit or something by another supposed TI or something like that. And I don't know who to believe. I'm like, he's saying this person's like fake, and then but I don't know. It's like, man, that's some confusion in there. Tansy says, maybe Colin, and maybe you showed similar intelligence and they don't want your family to have what's rightfully theirs. Yeah, man, I don't know. Both of my parents were involved in big corporations and stuff. They weren't bad people. Yeah, Tansy says, yes, Kyle. Yes, I know, Kyle. It's hard to speak out. It's not about some things. it's not about some things, but then it's like, this is the thing. It's like things get so complicated. And you're like, can't get any more complicated than this. No way, no way, right? And then it gets way more complicated. You're like, wow, when I first started talking as a TI, it was really complicated. And then it's like, as it goes along, some things like build up, and my attackers are practicing more and getting more sophisticated, and I'm getting more tired. So I'm not like watching my six. And I get into these situations that are real bad, and they're more practiced and they have more resources, right? So they're building, right? And the automated program's building, and I'm getting more tired, right? And so it's like, man, things get more complicated. It's the most unjust thing in human history. And this is the hopeful thing. Let's leave it on this, guys. I gotta go talk to my mom. And I like that. Cheryl says the truth shall set you free. Yes, definitely. Now I forgot what I was gonna say. It's something like, okay, yeah, the balance. Remember the balance, guys. There is a good God, and there's good in this universe, and there's agents of God. So the most unjust thing that's happening to humanity, right? It's happening to us. And some other people, kids are getting hurt in the world, and kids are getting tortured in the world by this stuff. But I've always seen a balance from God. So how bad this is, the balance there must be something real, real good. And maybe we're experiencing a little bit of it now together, So I have a lot of hope for humanity still. Our leaders and people who own stuff are out of control. It's going to have to be taken out of their hands. Like, there's no way that they're going to decide to let us be free and have everything be fair. They're going to hoard control and hoard technology and treat us like cattle. So if humanity wants to survive, the big majority of good human beings on there are going to have to take it. We're going to have to take it. And I just don't think that the biggest percentage of humanity, they trust their politicians. They trust, people that are supposed to be our leaders. So I don't know how it's going to work, because the top of the pyramid will never, ever let us be what we want to be. They will never, ever let us evolve the way that we choose. Tansy says, one positive thing to look at, evil is being brought into the light, which means it can be dealt with. Yeah, true. That's very positive. A lot more of the public seeing how evil things are. Yeah, Rackno Nixon says, that's a mistake I vow never to make again. Openly doubting someone's story. If you're right, it accomplishes nothing. And if you're wrong, you've just caused them more pain. Yeah. Oh, no. I'll never openly doubt somebody's story. Somebody comes to me and has been victimized by like targeting or gaslighting, no way. I'll never be like, hey, I'll try and go through all the logical things with them, and just look at the situation, but it's such a confusing mess. And there are so many people that, they don't have a conscience, and they will lie and pretend to be a TI, hurt TIs and stuff like that. They don't care. They just don't care. It's just unbelievable. And I think more people are being created like that, like narcissists, like people who've been traumatized and it's real bad, but I think the world is just kind of filling up with them. And they're so in survival mode that it turns into like just not giving a crap, about hurting other people. All right, guys, I love y'all. I'm going to put this in the playlist, even my diatribe at the end. And we'll do more. I'll get some people to come on. We'll do a panel or something. And I'm really sick and real tired, guys. So I'll try and do as much as I can, but y'all understand, right? I'll do as much as I can. I love y'all. And I'll see y'all.